was provided, and no action was taken. On item 3.3.1, on a motion by Councilmember Atkin, second by Mayor Martinez, the city attorney was authorized to pursue purchase of the below market rate unit. On item
Oh, no, it's looking for waste.
3.4.1.
No.
Through item 3.4.4, an update was provided and no action was taken. And that's the conclusion of my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Oh, good, thanks.
that will adjourn this meeting. We're moving on to a special study session, so we're running a little bit behind. But we are on the special study session agenda, which is white if you're following along. It is not 6:30, it's 7 p.m., so we're about 30 minutes behind. And we have a staff presentation. Oh, excuse me. Calling this meeting to order, please note that we're all still here. And at this time, since we have the packed house, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please note that we are all still here. And at this time, is there any public comment for the study session, which is, or I'll open up this opportunity again after the presentation. So this is a special study session on short-term rentals. Seeing no public comment, we have our presentation.
Good evening, council members. This is the second study session on short-term rentals. The Planning Commission and the Housing Committee gave direction, and what we heard you say last time is that an ordinance is needed, that short-term rentals should not be allowed in large multifamily complexes, and that enforcement should be complaint-driven. We did some field work and a survey of the properties with the smaller numbers of units on the properties. And we found out that in terms of units in buildings, there's 266 single-family houses, 208 buildings with 2 to 4 units, and 23 buildings with 5 to 12 units. And in terms of units on parcels, there's 212 lots with 1 unit, 200 lots with 2 to 4 units, and 33 lots with 1 to 12 unit. Those are in the RM zone. There's just a few other houses happen to be throughout town, but most of them are there. So in our survey, we surveyed property owners with 2 to 12 units, and we got 66 responses, of whom 61 do not allow short-term rentals, but 5 do. 30 do not see it as being a problem in the neighborhood. That's almost half. 10 think it's a problem. 14 don't know. 11 had no response. The problems they mentioned were parking, strangers, night noise, and effect on the rental housing market. It's what we've heard before. They thought that half of them thought the city should not allow short-term rentals. A quarter of them thought they should allow them everywhere, and a quarter thought they should be only allowed in detached single-family houses. And then some thought they should be in smaller buildings or no response or don't know, and some wanted them to be in owner-occupied buildings only. So overall, the city's concerns are impacts on neighbors in the same building or complex, effects on the long-term rental housing market, the safety of guests and neighbors, and loss of transient occupancy tax. So based on what we've heard so far, if we've heard you right, our recommendation is to limit short-term rentals to single-family detached houses within the RM zoning district, that's where they are, with a permit. And to allow hosted room rental of a room for an unlimited number of nights per year, and non-hosted rental of a unit for 90 days a year. The permit criteria we suggest are, to get a permit, you have to prove that the house is the host's primary permanent residence, the property owner's permission if the resident is not the owner, self-certification that the property complies with the building code, a diagram of exits and fire extinguisher locations has to be posted in the unit, along with the city's hours, noise hours, and emergency contact information. and the operator has to get a business license certificate, also known as a business tax certificate, also known as a business license, and pay the transient occupancy tax. So for enforcement, if the person has a permit but is not following the rules and there's repeat complaints, the city can revoke the permit. If the rental is happening where it's not allowed or without a permit, then the city has to prove the rental, because you can't tell whether the people are just friends or whether they're really renting something. The city would have to subpoena the records of a third party. Issue a notice of violation. If that doesn't work, issue a citation. Next step is hold an administrative hearing, and then collecting fines and costs, and finally filing a civil lawsuit. So the transient occupancy tax, the host would owe them, and some cities have negotiated with platforms like Airbnb to collect and remit the TOT, but they just write a check. They don't say who it's from or what it's for. It's not easy for the city to audit the amount that's received, and the host will switch platforms if they know one is doing that. So the city might still need to collect TOT even if they did that. So the fiscal impact of adopting an ordinance: staff time is needed to develop the ordinance and present it to the Housing Committee, Planning Commission, and City Council, and to notify the residents and managers before and after adoption. And then there would be annual staff time to answer questions and enforce the ordinance and issue business licenses and receive fines and transient occupancy tax. So the discussion questions are: should short-term rental be limited to single-family detached houses and prohibited elsewhere? Should the short-term rental of rooms be unlimited, the hosted rooms, and short-term rental of the entire unit be allowed for 90 days a year? Does the council agree with the permit criteria? Should operators be required to obtain an annual permit and pay a fee? Should enforcement be complaint-driven? And does the council have other concerns or comments? So that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions and curious to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. Are there any clarifying questions for staff before I open this up for public comment?
No, I just want to thank you, Diane. You captured our prior conversation really well.
Oh, good. I hope so.
Yeah.
Okay. At this time, I'll open this up for public comment for anyone who'd like to tell us their feelings on short-term rentals. Can you come forward?
Hi, my name is Fran Chapetta, and I live at Watergate. I didn't see anything about the huge buildings that we live in. They've only talked about units like up to 12 units, and I was wondering where that's going with the bigger developments.
Diana can answer this, but I think in a previous study session that the council had the will to not include those types of buildings, and we also understand that you're regulating yourselves at most of those HOAs.
Okay, so it would be
it would not be allowed.
It would not be allowed. Thank you.
Okay, Diana, if you don't mind coming back up, we can just have our discussion, just in case we have any questions for you.
Okay.
But, included in the staff report were various recommendations that answered these questions, and we could, I don't hear a lot of questions coming from council, so I could pose that is anyone okay with the suggestions that staff made in terms of proceeding? And then, if you are, then we can have Diana outline that, for the public to make that transparent for the people watching at home and here in the audience.
Diane, before we do that, could we get some input from the city attorney? Because clearly there's a number of lawsuits based around this issue, especially from the one rental, the big one.
Airbnb, yeah.
Yeah, Airbnb. And how would this put us in a position in the city in terms of lawsuits defending against that type of thing?
Yeah, I think there's a current lawsuit in San Francisco, isn't there?
I mean, there is a current lawsuit in San Francisco between San Francisco and Airbnb. I don't know the status of that litigation. The litigation is specific to the San Francisco ordinance, which is much more restrictive than what the City Council is considering tonight. So, the idea of putting regulations on vacation rentals is not new. and it's something that other jurisdictions have done. It's just a question of, the San Francisco ordinance tends, from Airbnb standpoint at least, is far more restrictive, which is part of the basis of that lawsuit. That being said, the kind of regulations that you're contemplating here, I don't think, are necessarily rising to the level of the regulations that, San Francisco has in place. However, if the council feels like they need additional information about the details of the San Francisco litigation, I'm not in a position to provide them to you tonight. I can certainly provide that information to you in a future meeting, though.
I think that would be helpful when the item comes back, just to be aware of the fact that litigation is out there.
Sure.
And we don't want to put ourselves in a vulnerable position.
Would you be okay with staff moving forward with the
right,
direction that we give them tonight, and in
absolutely.
parallel, having an analysis of the current legal landscape? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Airbnb got what they wanted in terms of what the voters passed, and yet litigation was still, they still filed a lawsuit.
Generally the case.
So yeah, that would be a good analysis to have. Diana?
The San Francisco ordinance says that Airbnb has to require people to put their registration number in their listing and pay a fine if they don't.
That's right. And that's what they're fighting against.
That's what they're fighting.
That's what they're suing over, yeah.
Okay. All right. So any further questions for staff, or should we, can we consider the staff recommendations?
Yeah. Consider them.
Well,
So-
on item number 2, they've asked us a question whether there should be unlimited availability for the Airbnb types or 90 days. And, we're talking about such a small number of units involved here at the present time that I'm supportive of unlimited, because I don't see who's going to go out there and check to see whether it's 90 days.
Charlie?
The question is,
Yeah.
should we have unlimited rental of hosted rooms and 90-day-a-year limit on entire units? Because if you allow unlimited rental of entire units, then
Yeah.
people don't live there.
Then we're taking things off the market. That was my understanding.
Yeah.
Right, the hosted means the owner or building primary resident is there when the not the Airbnb, but the short-term rental guest is there. So they're just in a room where the host is also there. Unhosted means the host isn't there, and the short-term rental person has the entire unit. So we're suggesting that would be limited to 90 days a year. But
If you just look at
Oh, just the rooms, yeah.
some of the
But the
media on
rooms,
that.
just renting a room could happen unlimited.
Yeah, the
period of
hosted
time.
ones don't cause a lot of trouble. It's when you just turn over a unit.
That's why we're
and, they
proposing
have
to
the
limit
wild
that
parties
for
and
90
stuff,
days a
right.
year. Yeah.
And I think it might be worth noting here that I believe the governor signed one of Assembly Member Tony Thurman's bills that would allow a junior accessory dwelling for a more long-term rental for that same type of one single room within a home. I think there's more language in there to allow folks to add plumbing and a bathroom for a kitchenette. But that's, I think another consideration in this process, which doesn't negate the staff recommendation.
But are you saying then that like ADUs are considered a room?
No, the ADUs actually, it would give people breaks in terms of giving them the ability to put in plumbing and kitchenettes.
Okay.
I'm just saying there's another avenue for renting out that single room, getting us more housing without more building.
Okay.
Much more building.
And Diane, when will you be bringing this back?
I think we had it
For action?
scheduled for January.
I'm thinking January.
Yeah.
So Diana, would you mind answering the questions with the recommendations that are from staff?
So to convert the questions into a staff recommendation.
Yes, please. Would you answer in the form of an answer?
So staff recommends that short-term rentals be limited to single-family detached houses, that short-term rental of hosted short-term rental of rooms be unlimited, that rental of entire units be limited to 90 days a year. The permit criteria, I'll go back a minute and look at them, that operators be required to obtain an annual permit and pay a registration fee, and enforcement be complaint driven. That means we don't spend a lot of staff time trying to track them down.
Yes.
And the criteria, let's see, the permit criteria. To get a permit, you'd have to prove the host is your primary permanent residence. So you have, if you're not the owner, you have the owner's permission. You self-certify that the property complies with the building code. That you show a diagram of exits and fire extinguisher locations that you're going to post, and that you post the city's noise hours and emergency contact info, fire, police, stuff like that, and that you have a business tax certificate, also known as a business license, and that you pay the transient occupancy tax. So that's the staff recommendation.
So I would posit that I support the staff
I
recommendations.
support the staff
Yeah, I do too.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
That's great to move forward on this.
Okay, so that concludes our study session. And somehow we're back on track.
All right.
Oh, I like that.
We're so efficient.
So we're going to do a couple of quick meetings.
Lisa.
We've got first up is, let me bang the gavel for the last meeting. First up, we got the yellow agenda right here. This is a special meeting of the management of Emeryville Services Authority. Please note we are all still here. And is there anyone who wishes to speak at public comment for this meeting for matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of management of Emeryville Services Authority, which generally deals with personnel and hiring in the city? Seeing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Member Davis, a second from Member Asher. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Move approval of 7.1.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Davis, second by Member Asher. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And with that, I'd like to congratulate our city attorney for staying on for another 2 years. Thank you for your work.
Good job.
And then quickly, we've got, that adjourns that meeting. Now we are moving on to the blue agenda. This is the City of Emeryville as a successor agency to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency. Calling this meeting to order, please note we are all still here. Is there any public comment for matters within the subject matter jurisdiction of City of Emeryville as successor to the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency? Seeing none, we have is there a motion on the consent calendar?
Move the consent calendar.
We have a motion by Member Davis, a second by Member Asher. No discussion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. And that concludes this meeting. And we've got a long night ahead of us. I'm just going to call a very brief recess for about 5 minutes, and then we're going to get through the evening. So thank you, everyone, for your patience.
I want to pull on those.
Where'd you guys go? I
They
looked
won't take
around, you were
long,
all
but-
Okay.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're moving on to the green agenda for those following along. This is we're only 10 minutes behind. This is the regular city council meeting. We already did the Pledge of Allegiance. We are all still here, and we have one very special order of the day. Is Sharon Wilshire in the room? There you are. Sharon, I've got my own copy, so I'd love to give you this proclamation. And because it is so lengthy, because of your service, I'm going to read an excerpt from the proclamation.
It's so lengthy it doesn't even fit in the frame.
Did you give her 2 pieces?
I'm getting an
Okay.
extra one.
All right. So this is a proclamation in recognition of Sharon Wilshire's contributions to the Emeryville community and ongoing efforts as an artist and arts advocate on the occasion of the 30th annual Emeryville Art Exhibition. Whereas Sharon Wilshire and the arts community are celebrating the 30th anniversary of the annual Emeryville Art Exhibition sponsored by the Emeryville Celebration of the Arts. And whereas Ms. Wilshire's advocacy for the city's investment in public art and artists residing in Emeryville predates the Emeryville Annual Art Exhibition with the opening of the 45th Street Artists Cooperative at 1420 45th Street in 1973, and Ms. Wilshire is becoming the community liaison for the cooperative. And whereas in recognition of the tremendous contribution and important voice she has been, an advocate for the city's public arts programs, Ms. Wilshire has been reelected annually to serve as the chair of the Public Art Committee, the advisory committee to the City Council on the implementation of the Art in Public Places program since 1990. And whereas Ms. Wilshire has been an intelligent, enthusiastic, and thoughtful voice on numerous subcommittees and selection panels of the Public Art Committee. And whereas with a regional vision for public art, Ms. Wilshire has been an advocate for the Emeryville Art Center, serving on its former board of directors, and as the city's representative to 510arts.org, a regional arts event collaboration along the I-80 corridor. And whereas Sharon Wilshire has contributed immeasurably to the investment in and sense of shared future for the Emeryville community and its artistic enhancements, now therefore be it resolved that I, Diane Martinez, Mayor of the City of Emeryville, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Emeryville, thank Ms. Wilshire for all of her hard work in advancing 30 years of public art investments in Emeryville, and look forward to her continuing endeavors, proclaimed this 18th day of October 2016 at a regular meeting of the City Council by the Mayor of the City of Emeryville. Thank you, Sharon.
Well, I'm so honored by this recognition, and I'm really also honored to live in a city that values its artists and the arts in our community. I thought in looking at some of this, I did get a chance to look at it this afternoon, that there actually is really a cornerstone to all of this, and that was the city's redevelopment agency's partnership with the 45th Street Artists Cooperative. So all the things, just about all the things that I've been involved in sort of came from that. The art exhibition started because the city wanted to acknowledge that partnership, and it could have just been one big party, but instead a committee got together and created this annual exhibition. Also, the youth art program is something that the Artist Co-op started over 33 years ago. And some of you may not know this, but also the public art ordinance was a part of our agreement with the city to be involved in creating a public art ordinance with that partnership with the redevelopment agency. So I sort of took a lot of those things and ran with them. I mean, I just have loved it all. But what I do want to acknowledge the co-op for their commitment over the years to their involvement in the community. Also to every single Public Art Advisory Committee member over all these years that served on that committee, to the Celebration of the Arts Board and our committee members who have served, and there are many of them over all these years. And I also want to thank the council and the city staff for their understanding of the part that the arts play in the community. So thank you so much. And also I just wanted to acknowledge, I don't know who was behind it, but there was also something really special that happened on opening night at the art exhibition. So Scott, you spoke, and Jean, I think you had something. Jean Goldman may have had something to do with that. I don't know the details. And John Flores. So anyway, I'm just humbled and honored. And as one of my Public Art Committee members said when, Amber, when you announced this at our last Public Art meeting the night before the art exhibition opened, Harley turned to me and he said, "What? Are you leaving?" I mean, that's why he thought maybe I was getting, and I said, "No, I'm sticking around. You're going to still see me talking about the arts and advocating for the arts." So thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you again, Sharon. At this time, I will entertain public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Come on forward, Mr. Carpio, and or items that are on the consent calendar.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is André Carpio. I come here to speak because I really don't think Sharon Wilshire is going to get away with just the city's proclamation. I have my own, you know. So. It's not fancy. It's an old-fashioned house on wheels, and so it's something that was used by the homeless right after the war. So what I'm saying is that at one time I was worried about Sharon Wilshire, about her finance. I was wondering what the art was going to bring her, some food, some economics, and anyway, it turned out everything was going to be all right. City manager John Flores somehow did manage. So I was pleased, and but Sharon has been a friend to me ever since I came here to Emeryville, ever since I was involved in art. And one day I invited her to my lab in Berkeley and showed her all the picture that I was designing and all that, and she chose one. And then it happened that several weeks later it rained and ruined the picture, so for the exhibition I had to remake another one. And it was not really exactly the same, but she didn't mind. I don't know if she saw the difference, but it was larger. And anyway, thank you. I really appreciate the City Council to take care of one of the entertainment of the city of Emeryville. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a card for Kate Freeman to speak on item 7.5. So that's on the consent calendar, so this would be the time for you to step forward.
I'm Kate Freeman. I'm a nurse at Summit in the emergency department.
I'm Lisa Bissett. I'm a nurse at Summit Medical Center, oncology.
I'm an ER nurse, but this makes me nervous, so I'm going to read. Hello, my name is Kate Freeman, and I'm a nurse at Alta Bates Summit Medical Center, and I'm a member of the California Nurses Association. We would like to thank the members of the City Council for passing the resolution to oppose the closure of Alta Bates in Berkeley, especially Mayor Martinez. As a nurse in the ER, I know it's critical to keep Alta Bates as a full-service acute care hospital in Berkeley. Yep. ERs can't stand alone as a safe entity. They need to have backup of a med-surg department, an OR, an ICU, lots of other departments, not just an ER. The community deserves this hospital, and the need for timely treatment of a patient is necessary. I work every day at Summit in the ER, and currently, with the way it is, we can have 6 ambulances backed up waiting for beds, and that's right now the way it is. So this is just going to be a disaster, and that's scary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
may I make a
Yeah,
comment
go ahead,
about
please.
that? I want to thank the RNs for coming tonight, and I just want to add a little point about the importance of keeping Alta-Bates open. My day job is in managing a Medicare counseling program, and in West Contra Costa, we've seen the closure of Doctors Hospital, and Alta-Bates has really become the full-service hospital for West Contra Costa County. So to ask people to travel even further is just unconscionable to me. So I think you have the full council's support to try to do everything we can to convince Sutter to keep the hospital open.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on this item as well. 5.5 years ago, I gave birth to a very premature baby who was born at 28 weeks and 5 days, and he lived at Alta-Bates for 7 weeks under the care of nurses just like yourselves. And there were parents from not just Alameda County, not just Contra Costa County, but parents from all over Northern California whose children were being cared for under the very capable hands of the nurses at Alta-Bates in Berkeley. So I'm happy to lend my support to keep it open. Thank you. I've got one more card for Kevin Luckham here to speak on ECCL, and so we don't have this on the agenda, this would be the appropriate time.
So I'm Kevin Wickham. I'm a local resident, and I just wanted to quickly say thank you for doing a nice job on the ECCL campus. But the main reason that I was going to speak was about the pool closure for the winter, but you've decided to keep it open, which makes many, many people happy. So thank you for keeping it open, and we'll just hopefully we can keep it going all year.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further public comment on the consent calendar or on items not on the agenda, we will be moving on. Is there a city manager's report this evening?
No report this evening, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And now we're at ex parte communications, and I know I've got several myself, so I'll just start. We've got an item for Sherwin-Williams coming up, and for Sherwin-Williams, I have had discussions with Kevin Ma from Lennar, with Josh Townsend from Craig Communications, and I think I see some folks from Local 713 in the room, and I've definitely enjoyed some pizza with them recently. So I've spoken to them. For the Fair Work Week item, I've talked to advocates from eBase, ACE, Center for Popular Democracy. I've talked to many, many workers. I've received many, many calls from concerned residents. I have talked to lobbyists from the California Retailers Association and the California Restaurants Association. I have talked to management from IKEA, from Barnes & Noble, and from Target. Jack?
Yeah. I've spoken with Kevin Ma from Lennar, with Local 713. I've talked with Jenny Lynn from eBase and workers in town, and I also spoke with the manager at Petco. Yeah. Scott?
I've spoken with Kevin Ma and Josh Townsend of Kevin Ma of Lennar and Josh Townsend, advisor, and I've spoken about the Sherwin-Williams, and I've spoken with the Carpenters Local 713, and I've spoken with members of the Park Committee about Sherwin-Williams, and I've also been speaking with many businesses around town about Fair Work Week. I've met with Petco, the management at Home Depot, who's here tonight. I've met with Sephora management, and I've met with eBase and ACE and many workers who have come to speak to me about it, and I've gotten many phone calls about Fair Work Week. Also, there's numerous other businesses that I can't remember right now. Oh, Michael's Art Supply, we visited them. I visited with the Starbucks. That's about it.
Okay. Ruth?
I haven't met with anybody since the other time that either Sherwin-Williams or Fair Work Week was on the agenda. I did receive some employee benefits information from Kim Winston at Starbucks.
Yeah, and I had communications with representatives from Sherwin-Williams and from eBase and the other groups that are associated with them. So that's about the extent of it.
Okay. So we're moving on to consent items, and I understand there are a couple of items, Ruth, that you want to pull.
I'll move the consent calendar except for the items that I want to pull, which are 7.12 and 7.14.
Here, I'd like to pull 7.10.
7.1. Sorry, I'm seeing. Let me see if we're looking at the same.
Okay, 7.10, 7.12, 7.14.
7.1. Sorry, my version is actually slightly different than yours, and that's where the confusion is. 7.12.
7.10.
7.10.
7.14.
7.14. And then what, Jack, you wanted to pull something as well?
No, 7.10 was mine.
Yeah, so,
okay.
so I move the rest of the consent calendar.
Okay, so motion, did you catch that?
I'm sorry, we're a little confused. Our agendas don't have those numbers specifically.
Yeah, she's got an agenda that she picked up from
that's
right
what I'm working
outside.
off of,
So
too.
7.10 and 7.12.
Okay.
Oh, okay. 7.10 and 7.12?
Yeah.
And
Sorry.
Oh, there it is a typo, I think. Right? No?
Yeah, I don't.
No, we were.
Let's go with 7.10.
Okay, 7.10.
Moving along.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. So should we take 7.10
Yes.
first?
Okay, so I pulled this. This is the resolution of the City Council of the City of Emeryville authorizing the city manager to enter into a contract with J.A. Gonzalez and Son Construction for the 2016 street rehabilitation project. And so, Maurice, what I want to know, this is what I want to know, is are they responsible for notification? What responsibilities are we taking on in order to make sure people are very well notified, especially if there are any changes around the street rehab?
It's going to be both. It's going to be both. We're going to, the Public Works Department is going to be sending out notices. We've come up with a new program.
Good.
To be able to notify the public. We're going to be sending it out on the website. We're going to have notices, as well as we're going to tweet it with our Twitter account, but we're going to also have to put barricades out in those areas of the residents where we know we're going to have work. And then when we have the contractor get ready to go, when they know their schedule better, they will have to post flyers to indicate when they're going to be working.
Okay, and is staff going to follow up to make sure that those are correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question
With
about
that, I moved the item. Oh,
I'll second it, but I have another question since you did pull that. There was another bidder that was not accepted called kind of lead abatement doing business as, and some other business name. And my question is there any lead abatement?
No, we were surprised that a lead abatement contractor would specialize in doing pavement work, but they weren't the lowest bidder, so we didn't have to really worry about it.
No, they weren't the lowest bidder, but I'm wondering if there's other kinds of hazards that would need any kind of special treatment.
Not on a typical roadway pavement project, not on this project.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move
Motion
to
and a second.
Okay, so Do we vote on that before we move on? All right.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez?
Aye.
Okay, so my question on the ACTC call for projects is, or my issue is that I have a different priority order which I'd like to propose, other than what's in the staff report.
Okay.
This is for
7.1.
there are 6 items that are proposed. I want to just make sure that this is does not include projects that are included in that are not included in the current CIP from the city. So Emery go-round operating expenses, Greenway safety crossings, the 40th and San Pablo Transit Hub bus shelters, North Hollis paid parking program, the Powell Street Bridge widening, scoping for that project, and the Frontage Road Bay Trail upgrades. And the priority order that I would propose is Emery go-round, North Hollis parking, Greenway safety crossings, the Frontage Bay Trail, the bus shelters, and the Powell Street Bridge.
I'd support that prioritization.
I would too.
I think that's fine.
Move approval.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez?
Aye.
Then
7.14.
the issue that I have with the JPA for the Gilman sports fields is that on a per capita basis, we are the smallest city with the smallest population, and we're being asked to contribute the same amount of money as every other JPA city, and I just have an issue with that.
So I have a question for staff. Pedro, if you wouldn't mind kind of clarifying for this grant proposal, are we supposed to indicate between the 3 options as a city what we would prefer? Because obviously we don't want to, especially now that we've opened ECCL and that soccer field's getting used. So we have our own facilities at this time. Can we weigh in on the option 3 where we don't contribute any more money?
Well, as I understand this item, we can sign a letter of support
for the grant
and not say that we're going to contribute $1. I support
applying for the grant. Yeah.
But knowing that the participation from Emeryville, and Pedro, you can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but our participation from Emeryville youth and adults in the Gilman playing fields is very close to less than 5%.
I don't know the exact numbers. I do feel that from what I've seen in the use there, I don't know that we have a high use from Emeryville going there. We have asked for numbers in the past.
I'd support them going after a grant, but don't give them a dime.
Well, I mean, we in the past, we have had adult soccer teams that have made use of it, and children that sign up for a couple of different leagues. East Bay United uses it. So my kids go play over there.
We are giving them money.
We are giving them money.
They're asking for
right. This is above and over.
We currently have a contract to give them $15,000 a year for maintenance of the fields.
But I do think that, and this is for the youth one, we have, I think it's good to remind council kind of how much participation we have, because they have those numbers. They know who they rent to and they know where the kids live. And to just get that, when they come asking for money, just to get that feedback from them, I think is important.
And the whole idea of the management over there was this was going to be self-sustaining.
Yeah, that's
and it has not proven to be that way.
No.
But they're looking to us, and you're absolutely right, Jack. We shouldn't be being asked to contribute over and above because it has to do with how it's managed.
Yeah.
So that I would approve. Going
for the grant.
but no money.
Yes.
I'm looking for a second.
Is it second?
Do you want to weigh in on that?
No, it's council's direction of whatever the council wishes. I will take that message back to the...
It sends a little message to them.
Yeah.
Pay attention here, folks.
Okay.
Okay.
So is there a motion, can we move this item?
Second.
Motion by Member Davis, a second by Member Asher. And will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez?
Aye. And then we are moving on to our public hearings. And just by a show of hands, can I see who is here for Sherwin-Williams? And can I see who is here for the Fair Work Week item? And then all hands down. And can I see who here has children either with them or waiting for them at home? Okay. With the acquiescence of the rest of council, I would like to take the Fair Work Week item next.
Mayor Martinez, I have an objection to that because the people who are here from Sherwin-Williams are primarily Emeryville residents. The people who are here for Fair Work Week, bless them all, and we're glad you came and welcome. But we're here to serve the people of Emeryville first, and I don't think they should be made to. The Fair Work Week is going to take a long time.
It is going to take a long time. I did
So
note.
I would object to that.
Okay, well, let's see how the rest of the
We're here to serve
council.
the people of Emeryville.
I agree. We're here to serve the people of Emeryville, including the people who work in Emeryville. So how does council feel about taking?
I'm fine with taking Fair Work Week, especially because not having childcare and being what'll happen is then that people who have childcare responsibilities will have to get up and go and not be able to be heard. There are actually city councils that provide childcare to allow more people to come and have input. It's not something that we do, but I would be fine having Fair Work Week first for that reason.
I'm fine with Fair Week first.
Okay.
It's really your decision.
Okay, then we're taking Fair Work Week first. Welcome, Chad.
Hello. Bear with me.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I grabbed the wrong thing.
Fair Work Week.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Chadrick Smalley, Economic Development and Housing Manager. I'm here to give you a brief overview of the Fair Work Week ordinance and introduce it for first reading. So, by way of briefly touch on the background, Fair Work Week initiative is an endeavor to improve the stability of scheduling of low-wage employees, primarily in the retail and restaurant workforces. It's a concept that's been introduced in many jurisdictions around the nation, but currently exists in San Francisco and in Seattle. And it was a topic of discussion beginning the early part of this year, as I understand, is when it started to be discussed by this council for this city. On May 17th, we conducted a study session at the council's request to review the San Francisco ordinance, termed the Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinance, or Ferrero. And the direction from this city council out of that meeting was to draft an ordinance for a study session to be held on August 16th at a special meeting. At the August 16th study session, staff presented to you confirmation of what the policy objectives are, the big picture goals to be achieved by the policy. We presented some research, both original and review of existing research. We presented then a number of policy options. What we termed policy options were the big decisions of which direction to go. And then we presented a number of ordinance options, the more detailed section, along with a draft ordinance. The policy objectives, just to reiterate here, are that were confirmed by the City Council is to increase the stability of schedules for retail and restaurant workers, reduce the turnover of employees in those positions, retail and restaurant, and to increase the number of hours worked by individual employees. In other words, decrease underemployment. The policy options we presented included advocacy, regulation or an ordinance, a cooperative incentive program, and a regulation with incentive program, or a hybrid. And the outcome from that study session on August 16th was the City Council directed us to proceed with a regulation with incentive program policy option. And so that's what we've brought to you here today. We went on during that meeting to talk about the ordinance options. One that was left, I guess, undone was regarding the coverage, who the covered employers are. Most of the discussion centered around option 1, what we've termed in your staff report as option 1, which is retailers and fast food restaurants with 12 or more locations globally and 16 or more employees in Emeryville. And just as a reminder, that covers approximately 51 businesses, 39 retail, 12 fast food, about a little over 2,200 employees, 2,000 of which are in retail, and 86% of the Emeryville retail workforce, 13% of the restaurant workforce, with the normal disclaimer that this business data is subject to fluctuation and change and is limited by, in some regards, by data quality, but is believed to be substantially correct. Option 2, which came up towards the end of the study session, was retailers with 56 or more employees globally and fast food restaurants with 56 or more employees globally and 20 or more employees in Emeryville. This covers, according to our analysis, approximately 89 businesses, 77 retail, 11 fast food, so less fast food, a lot more retail. And that would be 2,500 employees, 2,300 of which are in retail, 157 in fast food. That's 97% of the Emeryville retail workforce and 12% of the restaurant workforce. So that option is in the draft ordinance that is before you today. In all other regards, the draft ordinance that's in your packet and is brought to you today for first reading reflects all of the items that we brought to you back on August 16th and includes all of the options that were selected during that study session. And I'll go through them in turn in big picture. 2 weeks advance notice of work schedules is required to be given by employers for employees. The employees have the right to decline all employer-initiated schedule changes that are made with less than 7 days but more than 24 hours from the changed shift. The predictability pay, which would be 1 hour of regular pay, is due for all employer-initiated schedule changes that are less than 24 hours from the changed shift. And there's no predictability pay. The only exceptions to that predictability pay would be natural disasters or power failures or other instances where business can't proceed. Other options included: the employees have the right to decline opening shifts, defined as a shift that starts within 11 hours of the prior shift on the previous day. Employees have a right to request a flexible arrangement. This is creating a right for an employee to request a wide variety of accommodations for schedules, and that the employer must consider those in good faith and provide a written response, as to why or why not they can't be granted. This is notable because the City of Berkeley is considering adoption of this component of an ordinance in the coming months. Employers must offer additional hours to existing part-time employees before hiring new, and retaliation in all regards on all of these aspects by employers is prohibited. The hybrid nature of the program, following the direction of the policy option that was picked by the City Council, is an alternative compliance program through a certification program. With regard to implementation, there's a number of steps that need to occur. Additional outreach, once we understand what the regulations are, needs to occur. We need to train store managers, and that's an ongoing thing, but is especially important in the early stages of the ordinance. We have to develop interpretive regulations to put meat on the bones of the ordinance about how different aspects are interpreted, and we need to develop the internal processes for all of these outreach activities, for developing the forms, intake of complaints, and how complaints are prosecuted and investigated. And this is not, it's presented here and seems to be a linear process, but it's not, and it can't be. This is an iterative process where we're developing training as a result of what we're hearing about regulations, and we're changing regulations as a result of what we're hearing in training, and vice versa. And this is an iterative process that is exceptionally important to ensure the success of the ordinance. The primary cost drivers of that activity are the coverage, complexity, coverage meaning how many businesses are covered. It's mostly the number of entities that are covered that drives the amount of effort and resources needed to take all of these implementation steps. Complexity relates to how the ordinance is designed in terms of how, and is just trying to relate the different factors of when and whether predictability pay is due, who's covered and who's not, what kinds of instances and what kinds of documentation is required to prove whether the right to decline was exercised or otherwise. The incidence of predictability pay is a factor here as well, is a main driver of the cost, because the more often the predictability pay is incurred, the bigger deal it is for the covered employers, and is another primary cost driver. And that's where my alliteration broke down. I was trying to find something with a C, but it didn't work out. And then finally, uniqueness. The degree of uniqueness, for lack of a better term, means how far is the departure between the Emeryville ordinance and the other ordinances that have been developed or are being developed currently. The more unique, the less resources we have to draw on in putting together regulations and in developing policies. And I bring this up because there are, the city of Seattle recently adopted the policy. We haven't heard whether, we don't believe Oakland is pursuing it. There's not a lot of resources for us to pull together to do this, and we're still searching and still looking at this. But I wanted to point it out that the further the departure from existing ordinances is a driver of the complexity. Advisory body review. So between the August study session and today, we went to the Economic Development Advisory Committee at a special review they had scheduled specifically for this purpose on September 21st. The EDAC, by a show of hands, 5-1 supported the stability policy objective, the overall objective of the policy. They supported unanimously of those who were there to reduce the turnover and the underemployment objectives as well. But 5-1 objected to all of the policy options that we presented to them, and expressed a desire that should the city council want to move forward with a policy that pursues these policy objectives, that the voluntary or a certification program or incentive policy option was the most preferable to them. So this is where we're at now. The ordinance attached to the staff report reflects the options that were selected in August. We do have an open option on what the definition of covered employer is, and we are proposing, as it's currently drafted, an effective date no earlier than July 1st of 2017, to allow that process of developing regulations and outreach to the businesses and to the employees, for that matter, to make sure it works when it actually goes live and becomes law. And with that, I can answer any questions, and I kept it brief because I'm mindful that you have a lot of folks to talk to today.
Are there any clarifying questions for staff at this time?
Let's hear from the public.
Yeah. Let's open this up. Actually, I just want to make the public aware of some of the letters that we've received and the feedback that we've received from the community and from advocacy groups. And are there copies of letters that are available to the public?
This package.
There's that whole package, and then there was also proposed amendments to the ordinance, and the city attorney might know. Are there copies of this available to the public?
Yes, we made
I see.
a proposed red line that was received from eBay, so we made that available. There are copies
Great.
on the
downstairs.
I just wanted to make sure that the public's input is available before we move into the public comment period. So, all right, I've got many speaker cards, and because we do have a very packed agenda, I'm going to limit everyone's speaking time to 1 minute for this. But you're free to bring someone up with you if you need someone to cede time to you. So the first person I have up, let's see. Let's take this in an orderly fashion so you know you're coming. I've got Seema Patel, Manoj Tripathi, John T. Van Geffen, Stephen Manlove, and Lionel Stevens. So Seema.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. My name is Seema Patel. I am the Deputy Director at the San Francisco Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. San Francisco recently passed Formula Retail Employee Rights Ordinances, as Chad mentioned, and I'm here just to make a few quick points. I will be mindful of my time, but am I watching a clock somewhere?
No, we're not that fancy.
Oh, okay. Okay, so one is, I just want to share that in advance of the retail legislation passing in San Francisco, we heard a lot of feedback, of course, from California Retailers Association, other national retail association groups, of course, several retailers, and I understand that similar concerns have been raised here in Emeryville, and I want to say in San Francisco, I'm actually in charge of enforcing this law right now. We are still working on staffing an actual compliance officer to the position. So, I literally answer the phones. I take in intake. I do all the complaints.
I'm going to grant Seema a little more time. It's like she's a staff member from a neighboring city, and I think this will benefit council to hear. Go ahead.
Thanks. So I just want to share that none of the concerns that the retailers had raised in regards to the law being too complex, too burdensome to and to comply with, like none of those have so far come to bear in our experience and in my experience specifically. So the retailers we were talking to so often during the rulemaking process, for example, we had so many stakeholder meetings with them and we heard all their concerns. We took them into account when drafting the rules. But since the ordinance took full effect, which was March of 2016 of this year, since our final rules took effect, I literally have not heard from a single one of them. I have heard from a lot of employees saying, hey, I heard there's this new scheduling law, and I thought I'm supposed to get my 14-day advance notice of schedule. I thought I'm supposed to get predictability pay, but I'm not getting it. But I haven't heard anything from employers. And I just share that with you because I think, San Francisco, we hear from employers all the time about many of our other laws, but we haven't in the retail context.
Question? Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Okay.
What question for you?
Oh, sure.
Well, no, finish your comments, but I have a question for you when you're done.
Okay. So the second point I want to make is I do notice in the Emeryville draft ordinance this business certification program piece. Of course, we don't have that in San Francisco. Having spent a lot of time with many of the different scheduling draft legislation pieces around the country, this one is particularly peculiar to me. I don't think something like that would fly. I know it would not fly in San Francisco. I don't know how we would enforce that. I also find it slightly legally questionable, so I'm just sharing that as a comment. Of course, we don't have experience with it, but I do find it a little bit strange that a business could certify out of the law, because I think you would still need to enforce or monitor compliance with it. So why wouldn't you just monitor the business's compliance with the law? The third point is with either option that Emeryville selects for coverage and for covered employers, I am fairly confident that the majority of the Emeryville retailers who would be covered under your law, under either option, so let's go with the bigger one, will already be covered or are already covered under San Francisco's law. And so I think that it's worth considering that if right across the Bay Bridge, large retailers are already developing systems and are already complying with the law, as we know they are, that lift to do the same thing in Emeryville is just probably not as big. Many of the big retailers also have Bay Area regional, they're organized by region. So like Gap, for example, has a Bay Area coordinator. So I think that I guess I don't worry too much about that lift occurring here in Emeryville. And then the last point is just on predictability pay. So in San Francisco, of course, predictability pay is owed for schedule changes with less than 7 days notice. And then it's also owed for changes with less than 24 hours notice, but at a slightly higher rate. I will tell you, based on experience, the retail employees in San Francisco from whom we have heard it's not about the money, it's not about the predictability pay. It truly is just about that that ability to have a say in your schedule, that ability to plan your schedule a certain number of days out, really, for doctor's appointments for your kids. I mean, it's all the basic things. We are hearing from people that they really need that notice. And so on the predictability pay piece, for us so far in compliance, it has not really been a big, the amount of predictability pay owed has not been very large. It's 1 hour of pay for every required schedule change. So I just wanted to sort of share that on our part.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming.
Sure thing.
Since you're since you're the only city right now, and we're on the cusp of doing something similar, but you're the only city in the Bay Area, your experience is really valuable for us. So your enforcement is complaint driven, as ours is being recommended, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions for Seema?
I'm just curious about the amount of complaints you've had.
Sure. So we have official complaints. I have about 9. So that's like cases open. In terms of inquiries or just calls to the hotline or visits to the office and sort of complaints that can easily be resolved without an investigation, probably somewhere around 65 to 70 in the last several months. But in terms of open active cases, it's less than 10 right now.
All right. Thank you, Seema.
Thank you.
Next is Manoj. After Manoj, John Van Geffen, Stephen Manlove, and Lionel Stevens.
Hi, I'm Manoj, and I'm just going to take the point where Seema left. The reason San Francisco has fewer complaints and a lot less compared to the size that you were expecting is because their rules, the detailed rules, are easier and simple than what I'm reading in Emeryville ordinance. So the trick is not the ordinance itself. That is not the problem, predictability pay, as Seema said. The problem is, what is, when you peel the onion, what is below there, the detailed rules. For instance, and I'll give you one example and get off. One is, an employee, a team member has a challenge in the morning, an emergency kids appointment, or the husband is going somewhere, so he or she has to take care, the spouse is going somewhere, so he or she has to take care of the child. Now, in San Francisco, what they do is they allow employees swapping their schedules between the two of them without predictability pay in play. The employer is not involved. The employer is not in the game. They are making their life easier and flexible for themselves.
And to be clear, City Attorney, that's in that scenario in our proposed ordinance, employees can swap. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Without predictability pay.
Without predictability pay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So then the simple thing is, whatever San Francisco is doing, kind of, so why reinvent a wheel here when we have something? Thank you.
Thank you. John Van Geffen.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for hearing from the public today. My name is John Van Geffen. I'm a candidate for City Council. With only a minute, I will be quick. In the past couple of weeks, I've met with several Emeryville business owners, and one complaint they consistently make is that they feel that the council agenda has been handed over to special interest groups that, while have altruistic missions, their purpose is to serve their members and not the city of Emeryville, which is the council's job. And there is worry that these type of ordinances continue to create an anti-business perception of Emeryville. Because we're pushing policies that are brand new in Seattle, brand new in San Francisco, which are cities that aren't comparable to Emeryville in size, population, density, amount of businesses, and basically any concern. So there is a concern among the constituents, and so I really just want to point out that people are nervous that the council is no longer looking out for their best interests, and we want that to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Manlove.
All right, hello. All right, I want to thank you so much for allowing me to speak again regarding this topic. Again, my name is Stephen Manlove, and I am a DHRM for the Home Depot. Attending the previous meeting, it is obvious that there are some bad actors that may not have their employees' best interests in mind. I'm here to say that Home Depot is not one of them. We're already best in class in scheduling, and we urge the council to not impose requirements that would have an adverse impact to scheduling programs that are already working. In other words, a one-size-fits-all approach. We ask to consider the certification initiative, as we feel that would allow the good actors to demonstrate how they conduct business, and not be penalized and bear the financial burdens of the bad actors. Thank you.
Lionel Stevens?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lionel Stevens. I'm the store manager for the Emeryville Home Depot. And also, again, I just wanted to kind of reiterate from all the previous meeting again, you think about what we do in regards for Home Depot. Our schedules are out 3 weeks in a row already. We have 3 weeks out so one can schedule their lives accordingly, right? Then also you think about the fact that we have an open door policy. If things happen, we address those issues. If a babysitter situation comes about, or hey, it's a bunch of traffic and I'm going to get here, I'm traveling an hour away, whatever the situation may be, we address that with our associates day in and day out every single day, and we find a way to say yes and make it work for them. Vice Mayor Donahue can attest to that. We went through a whole list of things and broke everything down. We have systems in place to make sure that happens, and we're pro our associates. We take care of our associates through and through and through, no matter what. So I want to make sure I address that. And also, I just want to point out the fact that you think about the homelessness situation right now. From my understanding, it's roughly about $150,000 we're looking to spend with this ordinance. Can we look and use that funding towards the homeless situation that we have? We have a lot of homeless encampments that are coming into our store, stealing, things like that we have to address. So I think we need to put that in perspective as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I've got, let me read the next few names. Yolanda Carmona, Kelby Peeler, Gabrielle Dua Chambers, and Joel Dua Chambers. Yolanda? Going once. Going twice.
She might have gone out with her kid.
Oh, she's with her child.
I will shift her. Okay, Kelby?
Hello. Okay, so I just want to first say thank you for listening to the concerns of workers and businesses alike. There are several issues that obviously we don't have time to go into, but I'm just going to talk about one. The issue is the prospects of a certification program that potentially exempts covered employers from meeting the standards laid out in the ordinance. While I acknowledge the importance of rewarding best business practices, rewarding them with exemptions is not the way to go. Exemptions will not be perceived as a motivation to sustain best practices, but instead will be seen as an open invitation to relax those practices. Because this ordinance was originally conceived as one which is tailored to the needs and capabilities of Emeryville specifically, having a certification program runs counter to this effort. Any certification program that adequately audits employers will have to be robust enough to perform follow-ups, ensure constant enforcement, etc. Tasks the city staff would be burdened with. And again, this would run counter to the idea of the plausible, realistic ordinance tailored to Emeryville. A Fair Workweek ordinance should be complaint-based.
That's your time.
Yeah, and so, thank you.
Gabrielle?
Sorry, I'm going to edit while I figure out what I need for a minute. I'm sorry. Okay, let's see if I can get it in a minute. Good evening, my name is Gabrielle and I worked at Barnes & Noble for 3 years and left that position due to many issues that this Fair Workweek ordinance would have solved. I and others like me have stood before you and written to you about the dire needs of changes the Fair Workweek ordinance would affect, from making it easier for working parents to schedule care for their children, allowing workers to get actual rest before their next shift, treating employees' scheduling needs on the same level of the businesses, rewarding employees for being flexible with last-minute changes, essentially basic respect for employees as humans with lives and needs. I've yet to hear an argument from the opposition that I wager they would not also bring up at the proposition of any type of regulation. What I have heard is the opposition trying to sell themselves as friends or families to the employees. Despite friendships and bonds that may form, employers cannot always be counted on to be benevolent, especially when the employees are uneducated about their rights. This ordinance has the power to strengthen the loyalty employees feel for their employers by legislating respect and dignity for employees. While I no longer work at Barnes & Noble, I care deeply about the issues that my former... Sorry. Thank you all.
Thank you. Joel?
And it keeps getting shorter and shorter.
Dear members of the City Council, I worked in Emeryville for 3 years for a major retailer, and many of the employers like mine claim to provide advanced scheduling, but without being held accountable for those schedules, changes were regularly made, often up until mere days before the scheduled week was actually set to start. This ordinance is a vital part of Emeryville's march into the future. It's essential to maintain employees' rights, at times with the force of such ordinances, especially when the only demand of businesses is to essentially be a better business. It's important to remember that business is out to make money. That is their purpose. That is their raison d'être. So as such, they will argue against any sort of regulation. And I will remind the council that historically, similar complaints of hardship were made against things such as the outlawing of child labor. Thank you for your attention and time on this issue.
Thank you. Mariah Larkins, and then Yolanda Carmona.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for allowing me.
Please speak into the microphone.
Thank you, Council, for allowing me to speak again. I'm not going to go into details about my story, but I'm here to support that we support option 2 for workers, and that you please pass a fair work week with no loopholes. The incentive will put in loopholes for the businesses to assume that they are doing the good acts, and then get the incentive and reverse it once they get it. Say thank you. Thank you.
Yolanda Carmona, and then Manuel, Ana Bibiano, and Tatina Bennett. Yolanda? Nope. Okay, shuffling. Manuel?
I just want to say that I've worked at Marshall's for 4 years now, and there's management change, management changes, workers change, and having, let's just say, a certification program, as was mentioned, will not help. It will be harder for us as employees because management changes and that it's already difficult to keep a manager informed of what's going on with the company. Recently, I got a new manager at Marshall's, and I've been there for so long, he comes to me and asks me questions about how to do things. Even though I'm not a manager, I'm showing him how to do it. And that's just something that, as a manager, I believe will be more difficult because it'll. Thank you.
Thank you. Ana Bibiano? The next is Tatiana Bennett.
Hello, my name is Hannah Bibiano. I work in Burger King for the Emeryville for 18 years. This I respect for my mis horas de trabajo.
She said she needs a respectful schedule with her hours and her job. She's worked there, to clarify, for 18 years at the Emeryville Burger King.
Yes, necesito me respeten mi día de descanso también.
And she needs that her employer respects her days off.
I need más dinero. Necesito más dinero para que me paguen más.
She needs a respectable paycheck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tatina Bennett, or Tatiana, I'm sorry if I'm reading this wrong.
She's not here yet.
Not here? I'll shuffle. Ronisha Victor, followed by Lucia Lynn, David Brazil, and Bob Lane.
Hello, my name is Ronisha Victor, live in Oakland but work in Emeryville. I'm a very small piece and a very big-ass machine that helps generate money for the city. So I'd like to think I matter. I work for IKEA. I've been there for about 5 months, and for the most part, they meet the scheduling and work hour standards proposed in our policy. I get pretty good hours, no last-minute changes, no retaliation for requesting time off, and I get my schedule 3 weeks in advance, which is great. Gives me the opportunity to actually plan out my life. And it feels great to survive rather than live. I also have another job and I go to school, so it helps schedule out things. And I urge Emeryville's elected leaders to finish the job of lifting up Emeryville workers by passing the Fair Work Week with no loopholes and to actually enforce it. And I don't know if you guys know, but there are a couple of businesses in Emeryville who do not follow the minimum wage laws.
Okay, thank you. Lucia Lynn? Had to leave. David Brazil?
Good evening, City Council. I'm here representing the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy, Interfaith Economic Justice group, representing congregations throughout the East Bay, including Humanity Baptist Church right here in Emeryville. Pastor Phil Miller regretted not being able to be here tonight. And I'm here to say just briefly that this is a moral issue. I invite all of us here to close our eyes and imagine opening them up again, and that we've become any of the people whose testimonies that we've heard tonight. Imagine waking up and being those people, being in those people's lives, being in the lives of people who do not have the ability to plan their time for their children, for doctor's appointments. And it's just not fair. And our religious traditions call us to do unto others as we would have them do unto us. I ask in the name of these traditions that the council hear the voices that are lifting up and just listen to the voice of conscience and do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bob Lane, followed by Jennifer Lynn, Zamori, and Kyle.
Good evening. I'm also with the Faith Alliance for a Moral Economy. Workers are not machines that operate on demand, but whole persons who are part of multiple relationships: mothers, fathers, children, spouses, children with aging parents. Fluctuating schedules, especially last-minute changes, cast a dark cloud of uncertainty over all of these relationships and compromise them for the employer's convenience. The 2 weeks advance notice, backed up by predictability pay, recognizes the multifaceted humanity of these workers and affirms their dignity. Workers in Emeryville, by a large majority, want more hours so that they can adequately support their families. So before the new staff is hired, existing qualified employees should be given the opportunity to do so. Finally, clopening shifts impose significant negative health impacts. No employment should require workers to compromise their physical integrity by sacrificing adequate rest as a condition of their work.
Thank you. Jennifer Lynn, followed by Zamori, and then Kyle.
Good evening, and I have time ceded by Christy Laughlin. Good evening, my name is Jennifer Lynn. I'm with the East Bay Alliance for a Sustainable Economy. I was here almost a year and a half ago when this Emeryville City Council took the historic step to pass the highest minimum wage in the country, meeting the needs of workers who are a key part of this community and make this city run. As a small but mighty city, it's now set to be the first in the East Bay, the second in the state, and the third in the country to take on the next wave of policies addressing income inequality and working poverty. As you know, in the report that ACE, eBase, and CPD co-authored, we found an epidemic of workers in retail and fast food, 80% of whom have fluctuating work hours week to week, making it impossible for them to plan for their lives. You can change that, and you can change that tonight. You've heard a lot on this issue from many sides, but the bottom line is this policy is pretty straightforward and would cost employers who are following the law almost nothing, and encourage them to provide something very simple: stable, predictable work hours. And we know that providing a fair work week is not only good for workers, it's good for business too. We've heard, when workers have a full...
Are you using someone else's time? Okay, thank you.
I'll be quick.
Sorry, I missed that.
When workers have their schedules ahead of time and more full-time work, they're happier at work, they're more productive, it reduces turnover and absenteeism, and that's ultimately good for businesses as well as for workers. We're calling on you tonight to take action and implement the policy by March 2017. We're calling on you tonight to stand by your commitment to address underemployment and reduce turnover in Emeryville. We're calling on you tonight to stand with workers, not just shareholders. We're calling on you to close the loopholes that put company profit over people. We're calling on you from the endorsers that include the Alameda Labor Council, UFCW Local 5, Parent Voices, Residents United for a Livable Emeryville, and many more. We're calling on you to finish the job on the minimum wage by passing a strong Fair Workweek policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Zamori?
Not here yet.
No. Kyle?
Also still at work.
Brittany?
Also still at work.
Okay. Raul?
Yeah, also
Still at work. Jessica Lynham?
They thought it would go later on the agenda.
That's right.
I have a minute ceded to me from Mauro Rivera. Mayor and members of the council, Jessica Lynham on behalf of the Emeryville members of the California Restaurant Association. The draft language is extremely flawed and proposes a one-size-fit-all approach to two drastically different industries, retail and restaurants. While I've fully outlined my members' opposition and concerns with this policy in my September 26th position letter and my October 14th, I would still like to mention some of the unintended consequences should the city vote to confine the restaurant community, its employees and its employers to a rigid, unworkable 2-week scheduling mandate, impose penalties and fines for scheduling changes, as well as expose employers to the city's costly litigation. First of all, defining the food establishments as written in the ordinance is incomplete. It interferes with the planning definition of restaurants. So there is two different definitions going on here, and what it really does is it really opens up more establishments to apply to this that is not listed in option 1 or option 2. Simply because a patron orders at a counter and pays before receiving consumable items does not make that establishment a fast food restaurant, except that is what the language specifically states. Moreover, penalizing restaurant employers for mandated penalty pay for shift changes, which is actually not listed as an exempted situation within the ordinance. So should employees change shifts, they will have to pay the penalty pay. Will not allow restaurateurs to truly work with their employees. This would be the first case within all the past ordinances that would not allow for employee-initiated changes. It would signal penalty pay even if the employees specifically suggest or ask for changes after the schedule has been published. This mandate of predictability pay directly results in inflexible working conditions for employees of the restaurant industry. Is that 2 minutes?
2.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, is that your reading of our ordinance? Is that employee-initiated swaps? I think we just covered this earlier.
Yes.
Employee-initiated swaps do not incur predictability pay.
That's right.
And what section is that?
But you can let us know later. We can keep moving. Okay. Janelle Mercurio, followed by Nina Rizzo and Daniel Gregg.
Hi, good evening. I'm Janelle Mercurio. I work at the Starbucks in Emeryville. We definitely put our partners first. We provide full-time benefits to part-time partners, and they only have to work about 20 hours a week. They get free college tuition for pursuing a degree, a health care plan that they only pay into what suits their individual needs, vacation and stock grants, all of which are the same benefits that I get as a full-time partner. We asked council to reconsider some of the provisions, especially around predictability pay for short notice changes, as many college students and their study needs often change. I'm happy to assist them in adjusting those schedules or backfilling their shifts. but this wouldn't allow me that same level of assistance, which is disheartening to me because I grew up with Starbucks and I would not have my role today if my manager hadn't been flexible with my schedule as a part-time barista and a full-time college student. We do applaud that the council and staff are considering a certification program that could potentially offer an incentive to responsible employers like Starbucks. In closing, I have a couple letters from San Francisco partners to submit.
Thank you. You can give them to the city clerk. Nina Rizzo, followed by Daniel Gregg and John Bell Perillo. Oh, I'm sorry. This is for Sherwin-Williams. John, I will call you when that item comes up.
Daniel as well.
And, Daniel as well. Thank you. Nina Rizzo. Going once. Going twice. Catherine Finn.
Hello, my name is Catherine Finn. I work at Golden Gate Bell. We are a franchise of Taco Bell. We are not corporate. This ordinance is going to hurt our employees, not us. 90 to 90% of the schedule changes currently are driven by employee requests. We hire first-time employees. These are teenagers. These are people who've never been in the workforce before. Trying to get them to understand that you got to call in sick 2 hours before your shift is a challenge. Now having them to make a change 2 weeks out is going to be really, really hard. And I think about the young kids who all of a sudden got a last-minute invitation to the prom, got a last-minute, let's go camping this weekend. These are the jobs that you should be able to say, let's go. Not when you get established, those are the times when you have to say responsibility first. They're learning business etiquette. If you have a teenager, you know at the middle of the night, my daughter is telling me, Mom, I forgot to order this, we got to go to Target and get this. They don't think 2 weeks out. Thank you very much.
Gary Jimenez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gary Jimenez. I'm the East Bay Regional Vice President for SEIU Local 10-1. I'm also Vice President for Alameda Central Labor Council, and I sit on another number of other coalitions fighting for working families. I guess that makes me a special interest group. Interestingly enough, most of my members aren't affected by this kind of stuff because we have contracts, but they do understand, and these are many of your workers, they do understand the people that they work with in this community and the need for regular schedules for these folks because they are working families. They have children and they have needs to take care of. My understanding is this law isn't designed to penalize those that are already good actors. As we've heard tonight, some say that they've come here and they're good actors, but it's to penalize the bad actors who take advantage of the fact that they can take advantage of people that are working class people that sometimes don't have a voice, they don't have a union or somebody else that can speak for them, they have to speak for themselves, and it's difficult to speak for yourself when you don't have a regular schedule, and maybe you can't make a city council speak for yourself because you're all over the place and having to take care of your family and work. So I would just ask, I just want to thank you for passing a minimum wage that you passed, and I just want to ask one last thing real quick, is that you send the message that working families matter here in Emeryville.
Thank you. Emily, Tricia, then Angie Minetti, and Ken Bukowski.
Good evening. My name is Emily Tricia. I'm with Young Workers United, a worker center in San Francisco. And we are actually part of a workers' rights community collaborative that's contracted with the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement to do co-enforcement on the new retail law. I myself worked retail from 17 to 24. That's how I supported myself in college and supported my family back home. And this is why I'm doing this work, because it's so important. And right now, as we're doing on-the-ground work with workers at work sites, in community organizations, at schools like SF State and City College, we're finding that a lot of the employers are complying with the 2 weeks notice, and it's really benefiting these workers to plan out their lives better, to budget better, which helps our local economy. And I think what is happening right now in Emeryville is something that's, substantial, that's happening across the nation right now with the Fair Workers Schedule movement, right? We had Seattle that just passed that legislation. But I think it's also really important to keep in mind that after this law gets passed, that how is it going to be implemented, right? And co-enforcement is really important.
Angie Minetti.
Hi, good evening, members. Madam Mayor, thank you so much for having us this evening. Angie Minetti on behalf of the California Retailers Association on opposition. And I'd like to, obviously many folks have seen our comment letter, and I'd like to take this opportunity to speak to some of the comments, specifically that OLSE has mentioned. Yes, many of the retailers are complying, and the fact being is that many retailers already do provide advance notice, and that is a question that no one has really been able to respond to us as far as who or which retailers are not providing advance notice, because it simply is a basic function of running a successful business. Now, to speak to the number of cases and complaints that are open, many of the retailers in San Francisco have adopted policies by which they won't run into these types of situations, that rabbit trail of tracking the different types of scheduling requests. To juggle all of those requests incurs an incredible amount of litigation costs.
Just finish your thought, Angie.
Yes, I do want to make sure that the City Council does look at this employee-initiated component. I'm not going to get into the semantics, but the proponents did even acknowledge that it is implied by the ordinance. It is not something that is actually encompassed in it, and I think that is important and telling to how the conditions have been in San Francisco for retailers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, just for everyone's clarification who's coming up here from now on, the section about employee swaps is 5-39.04 subsection A. Right, so that's where it is within the ordinance. This notice requirement shall not apply to any schedule changes that the employee initiates.
Okay.
May I provide? It's a notice requirement. It doesn't apply.
You can. Yeah, I will allow you to. You just have to say it into the microphone. You can answer one sentence, please.
Sure. The section you're referring to, Councilmember Asher, subsection A refers to the notice requirement. The subsequent sections after, specifically C, where the predictability pay is enacted, only cites the exceptions under subsection D. So the three exceptions that are enumerated would be the only ones under which predictability pay, the circumstances predictability pay would not apply. And so that's where there is ambiguity, and very much why San Francisco had the rulemaking process that further clarified that.
Okay, and here in Emeryville, we have a regulation process that clarifies our intentions. Mr. Ken Bukowski?
Good evening, council members. I don't want to say that you shouldn't adopt a fair work week policy, but I don't think we should be doing this in isolation of Berkeley and Oakland. Why are we going to make it more difficult to do business here than it is in Berkeley and Oakland? I think it's a mistake. If you're going to do this, I think you should do it congruently with the other two cities, and maybe a little less regulation. The biggest impact you're going to see is you won't see it because people just won't open businesses or they won't be here, and I think that's a problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Christy Laughlin, and then followed by Stevie Miles and Ashley Garcia. And then Stevie, I think I got 2 cards for you, unless there are 2 Stevies.
No.
Okay. Okay, Christy Laughlin.
I get seated by time to Jenny Lynn.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Stevie Miles.
Hello, council members, Madam Mayor. I'm a retail employee. I've worked in retail for about 10 years and was a manager in charge of scheduling for 2 wonderful businesses in Emeryville, and I'm here to support the ordinance. I was actually these people's managers over here who complained that their schedule was not done properly. I sometimes did that schedule, and I've worked with other managers I've seen come up here who say that they are good actors, and they are good actors. The reason we need this ordinance is because just because you have a good manager with good intentions that wants to give someone their schedule in far enough advance doesn't mean that they will always be able to. Sometimes their higher-ups will come in and change things, the way that the schedule processing is done. There's a training curve with new scheduling processes, and that can prevent us from doing it. Predictability pay will force the corporation, not the store manager, the corporation to adhere to the 2-week advance notice that gives so much more respect to employees, and that's why we need predictability pay to support store managers.
Thank you. Ashley Garcia. All right, Ashley Garcia.
Want to come up with me? Good evening, everybody. Thank you. Sorry about that. So my name is Ashley Garcia. I'm a former organizer with ACE and also a former fast food organizer for about 2.5 years. So I've seen a lot. And in such a little bit of time, which kind of scares me. As you can see, I have my 3-year-old daughter and working 2 jobs, also working retail. I had 3 jobs when I worked retail because I was trying to support myself at Cal and also trying to support my everyday life. And I had a very good manager who understood all of that. And so sometimes I would miss shifts or work hard like a dog so like the next day I could have the freedom to study or the freedom to do what I need. This Fair Work Week is very essential, not only for students, but for parents alike, because I've seen the struggles my manager went through as a mother of 3. And so I urge you to take the second option and pass the Fair Work Week and complete the minimum wage job that we started so long ago. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, I'm just going to read through these names of folks who weren't here earlier, just in case somebody's walked into the room. Raul Sandovar? Nope. Brittany Cash? No. Kyle? No. Zamori?
Still all working.
Tatina? Yolanda? Nina Rizzo? Lucia Lynn? So are these all people who expected to have the time off to be here tonight?
Yeah, all of them that you just named are still working because they got called to stay in later. Oh.
Okay, understood. So, this is, I forgot to say, I am opening the public hearing.
It was open.
So this has been the public hearing. Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing, which is open to the public, for the public to speak at? I will now close the public hearing. Go ahead. Set up. Okay.
So there was talk here tonight about special interests, and I see special interests at play here as well. And the special interests I see are out-of-towners. These are people that live all around the United States that are the investor class, that are shareholders in these big corporations. These are the special out-of-town, not local special interests that I see. And so I agree with the commenter earlier that was aghast at the notion of special interests. And so I share that outrage that that special interest should hold sway so much. So let's pay more attention to local people, the people that work in Emeryville, rather than the out of town special corporate interests. And then I just wanted to say also quickly, the loophole, the certification loophole, is essentially what it is for people watching on television. What it is it's a loophole that makes it so that companies don't have to. I'm sorry, used up my time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
If no one else wishes to speak at this time, I will close the public hearing.
Oh, that was loud.
Oh. Okay. Go ahead. Open.
Hello, my name is Anya Savano. I am an organizer at Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. I've been organizing retail workers in Emeryville for the last 1.5 years and have heard a number of stories. I specifically want to address a couple different issues. One, I want to urge you to take option 2 in terms of the threshold. There are plenty of workers in option 1 that work at larger multinational companies that happen to be smaller stores like West Elm, like J. Crew, that have tons and tons of scheduling issues that definitely need to be covered by this that would not be covered if you took option 2. Or option 1. So I encourage you to take option 2. I urge you to amend the predictability pay so that it includes predictability pay for any time that a schedule change after it's been posted. The scheduling changes happen all the time, not just in the last 24 hours. And people need consistency, and employers need to be incentivized to keep it consistent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Since now is the time. Closing the public hearing. So can I ask staff to throw up the proposed amendments on an overhead projector or otherwise?
You mean the proposed ordinance?
If we could see both, that would be great. There's the
ones that
proposed
were
ordinance,
distributed to
and then
the
there was the
public?
distributed amendments.
Yeah, do you have them up
Where
there?
did you keep it?
They're on this desktop.
Oh.
Well, and I wanted to see stuff.
That's the ordinance, yeah.
Okay. And then where's the...
It's the
This
one
one
right
right here?
above it, yeah.
Got it.
Slide that to the
Boom.
side. Yeah, there you go.
Let's put it down.
Oh, you can do that.
Can.
Thank you.
Looky there.
I get page width? There we go, sorry.
Text width, page width.
I'll start with you, Jack. When staff is
Okay.
done fiddling.
That's probably as close as I can get it without... Is that all right or no?
Are we going to have general comments or talk about, go through the ordinance about what we would like to comment on at this point?
Yep.
How would you like to do it?
I could do a very short preface and just say that for me, Fair Work Week is the follow-on to the minimum wage ordinance. I think that people they're not workers on call 24/7. Right? They're people, and that 2 weeks is such a modest request that I plan my life, I must plan my life because I have multiple jobs, I have children far in advance. And I also think that the way we talk about, who we work for, who we help in Emeryville has been one of the things that's been kind of circulating around this discussion. And I'd just like to point out that in 1 square mile, we have 4 malls. We only have 1 public school in 1 square mile. We have 4 malls. The idea that you don't interact on a daily basis with workers in Emeryville, you would, I don't know what route you would have to take in order to somehow avoid or carve out an existence in our town that didn't touch upon workers in malls. And so for me, also looking at that, the number of people that are going to be affected, I'm glad you're able to pull this up, so I won't ask you to, but under option 1 and option 2, right? We do work for seniors. We just funded the 8 to Go, right? We fund our senior center. Lots of people who come to Emeryville Senior Center, they aren't residents. Lots of kids in our schools, right? They aren't necessarily residents, right? But these are the people that comprise and make up our town. So I think it's really important to address this, because I've been asked all too often when people say, where do you live? And I say Emeryville, and what's the first thing out of their mouth? IKEA, right? So looking at those red lines, I would be really supportive, especially of all of these amendments on the left-hand side, right? So the changes around predictability pay, especially giving 14 days advance notice, and I think that the language there firms that up. The notion of predictability pay, especially hearing from the Office of Labor Standards in San Francisco, right? What I heard there was that very few employers are paying predictability pay because they're adhering to the ordinance, right? They're following the schedule. Laying that out. And so for me, predictability pay is essential to back up the 14 days notice. So under subsection C there, with less than 14 days notice, but 24 hours or more notice to the employee, 1 hour predictability pay, right, 4 hours. Now, this is the section where when people are saying that employee swaps are not covered, at least when I read this, what I'm seeing here is that the covered employer shall provide the following compensation per shift, right? Only if the covered employer adds or subtracts hours, right? There's nothing here that says that employee initiated does it, right? It's directed at the covered employer. That being said, if we need clarity, this might be a place to add that mutually agreed upon work shift swaps or coverage among employees is something that we could add to that exemption, just for clarity's sake. Do we want to go through each one, or?
It's up to you. You could say you support all the amendments listed.
I agree with all of the red lines, and I especially agree with Amendment 3, the certification program being eliminated. I think that has to come out. Again, what we're doing is a modest baseline that we want everyone to adhere to, and I have to say that there are employers that are already doing this. Right, there are people in town, and I'm just going to call them out by name because some people already did, that I've heard really good things about, some of those being Home Depot, right, and IKEA. And I also want to remark that those 2 stores are incredibly successful. Those are model stores, right, that bring in district managers and train other staff members, and they have these high standards around secure scheduling. So I'm not interested in an alternative certification program because I feel like that will lower the bar when what we're trying to do is hold the floor under people and make sure that they have predictability in their lives. So Amendment 4, I think the red lines there, I agree with, right, reasonably and in good faith. And then B, moving on to the other side, you may have to flip it or scroll down, Chad. Just the employee protections, right, around employer system for distribution of hours must not discriminate. And that's subsection 1 and 2 under B. I agree with all of that, as well as the redefinition of part-time being stricken. So that's to say that I co-sign onto all of these changes and think that it's really important that we make sure that a very modest 2-week advance notice is the standard in our town.
Okay, Scott.
Well, I'd just like to say that I visited maybe about 10 different businesses around Emeryville to look at how they do scheduling and look at this issue in relation to their businesses. And I can see the trend is the bigger businesses are already doing basically what this ordinance says, and they have fabulous software in order to schedule their employees where they can see how they can efficiently utilize their labor. And what I'm concerned about are some of the other businesses that don't have a clue that are in our city. And they're, I could give specific examples of different kinds of businesses. I could talk about Michael's and Guitar Center. Michael's has oceans of inventory, little things. They have so much cheap little things. They get their supply trucks with an unknown amount of labor coming in the middle of the night to unload, and they say they can't do the predictability pay because the job of stocking their shelves is too unpredictable. And my conclusion is that, no, I think what they're doing in this case is getting a micro chunk of efficiency by getting a last few nickels out of their workers, but they're causing a lot of human suffering. And what they would have to do to respond to this is they would have to hire a little bit more in the middle of the night. They'd have extra labor some nights. That extra labor, they would have to figure out where to put it in their store. That wouldn't just be doing that stock. And you know, it's just like the purpose of this ordinance is not to punish Michaels. The purpose is to provide a minimum floor for our health and safety of the people that come to our city. We want the people that work in our city and shop here to feel good about coming to our city, that this is a place where you could come, where we have minimum standards. And I think Michaels is capable of rising to the occasion, and they'll have a little hit at first, and then they'll figure out how to become efficient without penalizing the workers. Okay, Guitar Center, gig time.
Gig time.
They have all of their people who are musicians. All of them are professional musicians from their point of view. They want to be able to drop anything to get that gig and just not show up at work when they have the gig. How are we going to protect that? You know, this business is going to be affected by this ordinance. However, I think that part of what happens with gig time is those employees who get the gig don't have, you know, they appreciate ultimate flexibility, but those who have to fill in for them have suffering. And I think the principle of this is to provide a minimum floor of human decency in a place of employment. I think Guitar Center can figure it out. They have all kinds of ways of operating their business that they could be creative and adjust to this ordinance, and what would seem like an initial hit they can adopt to. And so the long and the short of it is that I think our job as a city is we're going to have to go to our smaller businesses and actually demonstrate what good software is. We're going to have to do something. If we're not going to do you know, a kind of compliance escape, we're going to have to do some training, like what our staff has suggested, that we're going to have to literally go train some of our smaller businesses on how they can implement this and survive without suffering too badly, and adapt and see the benefits in the long run. Even Walmart has seen the light recently. A New York Times article a few days ago. They're not the lowest common denominator. They've recognized they have to invest in their employees. They've raised wages 30% on average from the bottom, and they're providing additional training, and they're providing really controlled scheduling, because Walmart has learned the hard way by being so cheap and treating their employees like inventory, it started to cost them money. Yes, this is a transition period. They're spending more on their employees right now, but they expect to see a return, because over the long run, this scheduling software is making greater efficiency. And so I support all of these amendment changes, and I think we can do this in our town. And after hearing from San Francisco, I just don't think it's going to be too much of a problem administering this. And I think that if it's complaint driven and we pay attention, I think we've learned going around, I think the staff has a pretty good idea of who the bad actors are in our town and who the good actors are. And I think we can pass this ordinance and make a town that we can be proud of, and people shopping here will come and they'll get help faster. They'll notice. I think our shoppers will actually see something in our town and they're going to like it. And I think we might have long-term benefits from sales tax that we get. I think that it could even be that way.
Ruth?
All right, well, I don't want to, because of the hour, I don't want to go on and on about why I think Fair Work Week ordinance is necessary. I will keep it short, though, and say that I agree with all the amendments that are on the dais tonight. And I am also concerned with one public speaker who said that there was non-compliance with the minimum wage ordinance, and I hope staff can grab that person if they're still there, and that a complaint be lodged so that we can follow up with that. I will say that it's been well documented that not having a stable work life is very stressful and has adverse health impacts. And whatever we can do to create a floor of predictable scheduling, like Seattle and San Francisco has done, that I support that because it can only improve an employee's health. And to be maneuvered like checkers on a checkboard, you know, like just to be able to show up at a moment's notice is not a way to treat workers with dignity. So I do support all of the things that are presented to council tonight about enacting that.
Nora?
Yeah, I just want to commend Scott for the time he invested in going and meeting with all the different businesses, and the information that you developed kind of correlates with what I have learned over the years about the businesses in town. And what you're saying is absolutely right. This type of scheduling is good not only for the employee, but it's good for business in the long term. In the short term, it's going to take some real resources from the city of Emeryville. It's going to take, and that this is one of the things that I'm a little uneasy about, because we don't really have a grasp here of how much this is going to cost us. And we don't have a grasp of where the money is coming from to operate this program. I agree with you. I think it's a step in the right direction. But I would say to the council, think carefully about how much it's going to cost and where are we taking the money from. Are we taking it from public safety, from community services, public works? We have to get real about the resources that we have. And but absolutely, the three policy objectives that are in the staff report and that the council talked about in the last meetings, increasing the stability of schedules, an absolute must, not just because it's the moral thing to do, but because it is also a productive thing to do. It's going to benefit the workers and it's going to benefit the businesses. Certainly it's going to reduce employee turnover in both the retail and the restaurant business. And to decrease the underemployment. We've seen a lot of that, and it's a very significant problem where you only get 19 hours or 20 hours or 18 hours. That has to change, and this is a way of gently moving into that. But all that being said, I do have a question, Chad. These proposed amendments, where did they come from? Who were they proposed by?
Those were transmitted to us by eBase.
These are eBase amendments.
Correct.
I see. I do have a little concern about however you categorize interests that are not inside the city. I think we are being driven by eBase and the other groups that are with them, the ACCE and the CPDC. And the request that they made to rush this up to March, I think is, we should take a careful look at that. because if we do it, we should do it right, and we should take the time to do it right. And March is too soon. And that's just what I like to say. Other than that, I believe that the amendments are certainly acceptable. But I do want to caution about, we want to get some information about how much this is going to cost, not only initially but ongoing, and also where are we taking the money from? Who loses on this deal?
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
I appreciate it. And my thoughts are these amendments make sense to me in light of the recent passage of the Seattle bill, which will encompass many, if not the vast majority of the businesses that we're looking at in Emeryville. An open question actually is option 1 or option 2. I'm leaning towards option 2. Can I take a straw poll?
I'd support option 2.
Option 2.
Option 2 is what I'm hearing. A couple of thoughts that I have. One is that we will have a regulation-making process that's administrative, that our staff will be conducting, but I would like staff to please be open to the stakeholders in the process, and that includes the businesses, especially the good actors. I want to call out the same businesses that Jack called out, actually, Home Depot and IKEA. Home Depot, it's clear from the workers I've talked to and from the management that they care very much about their employees. And at IKEA, I got to speak with the managers, and I didn't have any information on them until I was invited behind the blue and yellow door. But they have a goal of getting to a place where they're giving 4 weeks notice. They currently give 3 weeks notice, and if someone calls out sick, they actually have mechanisms within the store to cover that person through a network of deep cross-training across many of the areas of the store, and due to a deep understanding of their own business. I also want to just call out, there's, one of the public commenters mentioned that there is a public perception of business having a hard time in Emeryville, and I want to hear that. I want to hear that comment, and I want to hear it in a real way. I want to mention that coming November 15th, Council will be considering some small business assistance, and I hope that will be just the beginning of what will be, at least for myself, a good 1.5 long process of trying to heal these relationships. So Chad, this is my invitation. You can take me with you as we try to develop programs that will be friendly to business, that will help especially our small businesses. And in that vein, I understood that I heard support for these amendments, and just in terms of Amendment 3, the certification program, I understand pulling it out of this, pulling it out of the scope of the ordinance, but I personally am still interested in, if not having anything to do with this ordinance, recognizing those businesses that are good actors over and above what we're asking. So, maybe a parallel program that could be developed as we're bringing this ordinance forward, because we do want to thank those IKEAs and Home Depots, and not to mention the small businesses that maybe aren't even covered by this. I've definitely talked to restaurant and cafe owners who treat their employees like family, and who know everyone's schedules even a year out, and who those employees will cover for each other, no problem. And I think that's very well documented in our small business community, and I want to reward those folks and do what Emeryville can to give them some positive feedback. In terms of the timing, I've heard March 2017 thrown out there, and that's actually something I'm very hesitant about. I am a proponent of the staff proposal of July. I think people had a hard time with our timing on minimum wage, and by people I mean businesses, let's be frank. but we're giving them a lot to swallow. This is something that is, this ordinance is going to take some time to develop on the staff side, and it's going to take training, and it's going to take meetings. It's going to take input from all of the stakeholders, and it's a process that we shouldn't rush. So I would like to make a motion that we, do we need to read by title, or?
Yes, so before we read by title only, I'd like to...
would you like to review?
I'd like to review
Yes.
all of the amendments that I am hearing from the council.
And there's a couple that we didn't actually all speak to, so can I bring those up?
Sure, that would be great. Thank you.
One is the mutually agreed upon shift swaps.
Yeah, we need to clean that language up.
Maybe put it as number 4 under the exceptions.
So may I make an offer?
Yes.
So the way the ordinance is currently written, and I'm specifically referring to section 5-39.04 sub C, which discusses when predictability pay is due. And that section describes that predictability pay is due for shifts and changes that are initiated by the covered employer. The ordinance is silent as to shift changes that are initiated by employees. My interpretation of this ordinance would be that because the ordinance is silent on that and does not speak to it, that that employee-initiated changes are not subject to payment of predictability pay. That certainly can be clarified in the regulations that we would develop as well. But that's one option that that I can offer.
Let's add it in the language.
You can also add it in the language
Let's add it in
tonight
the
as
language.
well. So
be explicit at this point.
Sure. So perhaps we have to craft the actual language tonight if you want to adopt the first reading.
I would say under, just to offer this up, under exceptions, under D, 5-39.04 D, I would add, you have 1, 2, and 3. The operations cannot begin with a natural disaster, and then add mutually agreed upon work shift swaps or coverage among employees as an exception.
So, Chad, can you pull that up there?
Can we also add under the definitions good faith? There was one comment received that good faith was not defined.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't multitask. I'll say that later.
One thing at a time. All right. Okay.
Exceptions. Yes. 4.
All right. So,
mutually agreed upon work shift swaps or coverage among employees. So covering someone or swapping.
Swaps.
Is that the exception?
I'm sorry, work shift swaps among
employees.
Employees. Swaps.
Employees.
Swaps or coverage.
Swaps or coverage?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Then that way there's clarity. It's one of the exceptions, right? Even though it's silent in the...
All right. I believe shift is a defined term in here. So, does that capture?
Yeah.
I wanted to add another definition for good faith.
Sure.
Because there's some references to that, and that's not defined.
Okay, so...
and I'm sure there's something defined in labor law about that.
Good faith, well, all right. It would go under this section here.
Yeah, definitions.
You could define good faith in a lot of ways. Do you have any specific language that you'd like to include here?
I didn't get, unfortunately I didn't think to draft something, but let me go online and look at a dictionary
Sure,
here.
that'd be great. So, Madam Mayor, I'm going to turn back to you to
Yes.
address any of the other issues that you wanted to bring up with the council.
That was actually all that I had in the body of the ordinance, and I just wanted to tack on to my motion, in addition to these agreed-upon amendments, that I'd move that we not have this effective until July 2017, and that we have a separate certification program for businesses, and it doesn't need to be called Fair Work Week, but something to identify the employers that are doing good by their employees here in Emeryville.
Go ahead. Okay, so there's a definition of good faith, which is fine with me, of honesty or sincerity of intention.
Okay.
How does that sound to you, Michael? Off the top?
Diane, could I ask you on the certification program, because we're very interested in seeing that the Fair Work Week moves forward, and it clearly looks like it is. But the certification program, could that be separated out?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And without any timing attachments.
Good. Let's separate that out from the ordinance.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Ruth, can you repeat what you...
Well, it was, here's another definition: a sincere intention to deal fairly with others.
That's weasel words if I ever heard any.
Well, one of the comments we got was that there was ambiguity, and I want to address that.
Life is ambiguous.
And at this stage, I just want to encourage anyone who is interested in further definitions or further clarifications that I'm asking staff to be open to comments in the regulation period. And certainly, it's not necessarily going to be a two-way conversation. It's not, I'm not asking staff to answer every recommendation, but I certainly want you to see and digest recommendations from our stakeholders.
We're going kind of popcorn here, but Mayor, I want to commend you about trying to develop something separate to reward good people, good employers. And I don't think we need to go with fast food or retail in some kind of reward program. At a recent house party for a candidate, I heard that one of our largest employers employs only one Emeryville resident. And some people travel from the Central Valley to their retail job. So in this reward program, local hire should be high amongst one of the criteria.
That's a good point.
That's a really good point. I've been saving this comment for the right time, but there was one business that I visited in Emeryville that's a Fortune 500 business that employs someone who helps people apply for food stamps.
Yes.
Which tells me that their workers are not making enough to eat.
Oh.
That's just an aside.
Yeah.
So can we...
Okay, so if you're ready for a summary?
Yes.
All right. So what is before you tonight is the ordinance that was published in your staff report with the following additions. First, the additions that are on the red line. I'm just going to come to the mic here. The red line that we did here, so particularly the definition in 5-39.01, a new sub Q, adding the definition for good faith.
I'm sorry, can you read it out?
Sure, and good faith shall mean a sincere intention to deal fairly with others.
So I'm sorry, I still have a question on this one. I'm married to an attorney, so I apologize. I get to go home and talk about this too. Not about this, but other cases. But I had an understanding that good faith has a legal definition.
There are legal definitions for various contexts. So, for example, there's like bargaining in good faith in a labor context, right? And that's specific as to as to that particular discipline. You are creating legislation here, right? And so by doing that, you are saying that regardless of what other definitions might be out there for purposes of this ordinance, you want good faith to mean whatever you agree upon here.
And then we could even further clarify in the regulations if we mean something even more. Okay.
It could, yes.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I could just interject a nitpicky comment. I would propose that we put the definitions in alphabetical order. Put this after the F's and re-letter everything else.
Look up.
We can do that when we bring it back for second reading.
It'll renumber.
Yeah.
So, okay.
We can do that in the second reading, right? It's not going to alter the content of the...
So that would mean that good faith, I really do want the record to reflect this properly.
Okay.
So that would mean that good faith comes in after franchisor.
Right.
Okay.
And good faith comes in as the new L.
Yes.
And all of the following letters get re-lettered accordingly.
Very good.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that good?
You can sleep tonight, Charlie.
All right. So that's
my big contribution to this ordinance.
It's change number 1. Change number 2 is in 5-39.02 regarding covered employers. You are choosing this option here. What we were referring to as option 2?
Option 2, yes.
Okay. And then down to, I'll deal with the red line in just a second, but going down to 539.
Lost my red line.
Nope, it was down.
04 sub D, you're adding a new number 4. Exception number 4, mutually agreed upon shift swaps or coverage among employees.
Okay.
I believe those were the only things that we did on the red line here. And then after that, you're also incorporating all of the red lines that were shown in this document here, which for reference, it's titled as Appendix A, Proposed Amendments to Emeryville's Draft Fair Workweek Ordinance. And so what the direction I'm hearing is that you would like all of these red lines as presented here incorporated into our ordinance as well.
Yes.
And then finally, what I'm also hearing is that you would like the effective date to remain as proposed at July 1, 2017.
Yes.
I think those are all the changes that I captured. Is there anything else that I'm missing?
No, just that I wanted to add to my motion that I would like a certification program that is decoupled from the ordinance completely and without the timeline restrictions that apply to the ordinance.
Okay. So at this point, I'm ready to entertain a motion to read by title only.
I'm so moved.
Second.
So motion by me. I've never said that before. And a second by Councilmember Asher.
And that ordinance incorporates all the amendments that we just covered. So we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second. We need to vote on this.
Councilmember Asher.
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Okay, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Emeryville adding Chapter 39 to Title 5 of the Emeryville Municipal Code, Fair Workweek Employment Standards, and amending Sections 3-1.108 and 3-1.141 of Chapter 1 of Title 3 of the Emeryville Municipal Code, Business Taxes.
Thank you, and I would ask anyone who was here for this item to take your conversations elsewhere, as we've got a packed.
So we just read by title only.
read by title only.
Sorry,
we haven't passed it.
Oh,
Not done yet.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are a second guesser.
Trying to jump.
I'm just telling them.
Do I have a motion on the ordinance?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Asher, second by Atkin. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Asher.
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue.
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Now you can clap. Now you can clap. Come on.
Good. Now it's good.
Mayor Martinez.
Okay. And we're just
Yeah,
going to
don't
take
go away
a
just yet.
very brief recess.
Mayor Martinez, I just want to thank Chad for
Thank you,
doing
Chad.
that.
Thank you, Chad.
Put in a lot of work. Thank you.
8.1, this is the Sherwin-Williams Mixed-Use Project, and we have a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, Miru Desai, staff manager for this project. I'll try and be quick in the light of the time that we have. I'd like to begin by doing a little bit of a project review. This project has been around for the last about 3 years. It's seen 3 study sessions, 3 at the Planning Commission and 3 with the council as well. You saw this project at a study session on September 6th. At that time, you also certified the final EIR for this project. Since then, the Planning Commission last month at the meeting recommended that the City Council approve this project. So that's where we are here today. This is the first council hearing for the project approval, the first reading of the PUD and the resolution approving the general plan amendment. The second reading, if the council approves tonight, would be a second hearing on the November 1st. After that, we are expecting the Planning Commission to consider the subdivision map for this project sometime in early 2017. And then after that, we would be looking at various study sessions for the final development plans that would come before the Planning Commission. So in terms of council action tonight, there are 3 major actions that the council needs to take. One is a resolution that applies the EIR, the final EIR to the project. The second is the general plan amendment. And the third one is adopting the PUD designation and approving the PDP, or the preliminary development plan. You're familiar with the site. It's an 8.5-acre site, former Sherwin-Williams paint factory, which ceased operations in 2006, and the cleanup was completed in January 2013. At the study session in September, the council looked at this proposal, which was of 500 units, about 74,000 square feet of office in the existing building that is going to be reused, and between 2,000 and 8,000 square feet of commercial. Between that and today, the difference has been the programming is the same. The only difference is that what is a little bit change in the site plan, where through alley is to be constructed through the existing building A, which will line up with 45th Street and go straight into the park. So what it does is that it creates a smaller parcel fronting Sherwin Avenue and a bigger parcel just north of it. So in terms of the number of units, they are just rearranged a little bit, but the total programming remains the same as you saw last time. And this is also what the site plan that the Planning Commission approved. In terms of ground floor activation, the proposal is to have a minimum of 2,000 square feet of commercial and a maximum of 8,000 square feet of commercial. And this could include retail, restaurant. It could also, the ground floor would also be activated by residential amenities, maybe some ground floor units facing the greenway. So that's the flexibility they are looking for. In terms of vehicular circulation, you can see how the dashed lines are the entry into the garage. All the parking for the existing building and this parcel B1 will be in parcel B2. And you see this dashed line here, that would be, it's indicating loading and not a driveway into a garage. So you see the bicycle circulation, and the main difference again is a straight through the alley that I just talked about, which would allow both bicycles and pedestrians to have this east-west connection. And you see that in pedestrian circulation as well. So since this is a planned unit development, it allows the applicant to set certain standards regarding parking, loading, open space, and other things. And what they are proposing, which is different from our planning regulations, is the parking. Our regulations allow the requirements of our regulations is the range of a little over half a space per unit to a little over 1 space per unit, and they are proposing 1 space per unit. And this is mainly to ensure that the green trip certification is assured. They conditionally have that, and one of the requirements is that the parking can be no greater than 1 space, and hence that's the reason they're proposing that. In terms of conformity to land use policies, this is a mix between a mixed-use residential and an open space designation. As the site is over 5 acres, a PUD will be required. Regulations don't specify an exact mix, but one of the mix needs to be residential, which it is. And in terms of the density that they're proposing, what is allowed is 50 by base, which can be increased to 100 units per acre. And what they're proposing is 500 units, which calculates to 89 bonus points for density. For FAR, they are proposing a maximum allowed with a bonus, and so 100 points would be needed for their proposed FAR. Similar thing for height. There are 2 height designations on the site, and they are proposing the maximum bonus for both those designations, and so 100 points for height would be needed. So talking about bonus points, our regulations require that half of the bonus points be provided through affordable units. And in this particular project, this calculates to 85 units. So they will be providing 85 affordable units. And the other 50 points are to be obtained through community benefits. And there are couple of various categories, and the categories that they have applied for is in the public improvements and the flexible community benefits. In terms of calculation of community benefits, 10 bonus points are awarded for each 1% of total construct valuation, or 5% of the total construction evaluation for the required 50 bonus points. So in actual dollar terms, this comes out to $7 million. So $7 million will pay for various community benefits. And what we see here, just to look, so we start with the $7 million, and then the running total is in red, and then the remaining total is in green. So the first 3 categories are in the flexible community benefit, and they are in bold, and then the public improvements, the first 3 are in bold. These 6 items for bonus points are shown in bold because that's the agreement that PARC and the applicant have arrived at, and that's why they're on the top of the list. And the public improvements number 4 to 9 is something that staff has recommended, because when you look at what Lennar and the park agreed on, the total that is spent is about a little over 2.5 million, and we still have a little over 4.3 million left. And so each different benefit is calculated down. This dark line that you see, that indicates, if you look at the remaining, that's $880,000 that are remaining, but the next line item requires a little bit more, and therefore this number 7 would not be able to be built. So the way we have crafted the conditions of approval, any remaining such amount would go to the Horton Landing Park project. And just to get a visual idea of what these public improvements are, we look at this. So what you see in green is what is required as part of the project. The rest of it is what is bonus. And what our bonus items are either sidewalk improvements or underground utilities. So what we have in red are sidewalk improvements, and this purple is undergrounding utilities, overhead utilities. Going back to the first 50 points that they need by providing affordable housing, our regulations state that unless the city finds compelling reasons to the contrary, the rental affordable units shall be dispersed throughout the development. The mix and type of rental affordable units shall be proportionate to those of the project as a whole. This was a question that was posed to the council at the last study session, and there were certain advantages of having a standalone building, and those two advantages were deeper levels of affordability and the ability for a standalone building to provide social services. The project went to the Housing Committee on October 5th as the standalone component of the project is something that was new, and it was proposed only as early as July, and they had not seen this. And they reviewed the project, and they were not able to arrive at a recommendation. Essentially, they were deadlocked, and they were struggling between the issue of deeper affordability and the provision of social services, and the possibility of the stigmatization, those were their words, of residents who would be living in standalone buildings. So in terms of deeper affordabilities, if it's not a standalone, then you would have 20 units which are at a very low level, low income, 20 units at very low incomes, 30 units at low, and 35 at moderate. With the proposal of standalone, what we would get is 76 at low, none at moderate, and 9 at very low. So that's the deeper level of affordability that the standalone building comes with. So excuse me, it's not. Just jumped here. Let's see. So in terms of density comparison with project buildings, the standalone building, the density calculates to 165 units per acre. The B2 building is at 92, the building C is 117, and building D is at 105 units per acre. When you compare the density with other standalone affordable projects, such as the Ambassador, it sits at 88 units per acre, and 3706 San Pablo, which is entitled but not yet under construction, that calculates to 77 units per acre. Parks and Greenway. In addition to a public park of approximately a little over 2 acres, the general plan calls for the Greenway to traverse this parcel to connect between the Horton Landing Park to the north and the Park Avenue District Bay Trail to the south. The general plan and the Parks and the Recreation Plan show the Greenway extension on Hubbard Street. The project proposes access along both these alignments, and of course it provides the required 2.08 acres of public open space as well. So the two alignments are these, and the second one is through Hubbard. Sidewalk widths, the proposal generally complies with the street widths called out in our design guidelines, except for Horton Street. This again was talked and discussed at the study session. The Horton Street is a green street which calls for a 15-foot wide sidewalk corridors, but the issue of preserving existing trees along Horton Street, the council and the commission felt was would generate greater good rather than the sidewalk width in this case. So the Horton Street will not be complying with the Green Street standards, instead in order to preserve the existing trees. In terms of environmental review, as I'd mentioned earlier, the City Council certified the final EIR at your September 6th meeting. At this meeting, in order for you to consider and approve the project, you need to apply the final EIR to the project and make certain findings. And these are outlined in your staff report. One is the findings of facts. This basically is a delineation of different impacts and the mitigation measures that will be imposed on the project in order to mitigate the impacts. The second is a mitigation monitoring reporting program, which kind of delineates who is responsible for making sure that the various mitigation measures are indeed applied and at what time. The other is the findings of facts regarding the alternatives that EIR examines. Oops. And finally, the council, in order to apply the final EIR to the project, would need to make the statement of overriding considerations. The social and the economic benefits of the project outweigh the potential unavoidable significant impacts and render those potential significant impacts acceptable based upon the following considerations: that the project is consistent with and implements the policies of the general plan, that the project will be designed in conformance with municipal standards, codes, and policies, and will ensure that the project is functional, safe, and attractive, and that the project will revitalize the site to create an active mixed-use residential and commercial neighborhood with a new public park and open spaces. The project adds residential units to create a mixed-use neighborhood to add life, vitality, and improve pedestrian experience in the city, and that the project will implement the TDM to reduce reliance on single-occupant auto and will improve pedestrian and bicycle connections throughout the development, as well via the Greenway, as well as through the pass-through LI that aligns 45th Street and connects to the new public park. And that the project will establish a more urban street grid and urban landscape, which will enhance the aesthetic quality of the project area. In terms of Planning Commission action, on September 22nd, the Commission recommended that the City Council approve the project on a 4-0 vote. Commissioner Bowders was recused on the grounds of residential proximity to the project site, while Commissioner Donaldson was recused because she works for a firm that is a client of the project developer, and Commissioner Kang had an excused absence. The Commission made a small change in the conditions of approval, and that was to increase the minimum width of the pass-through alley in Building 131 from 16 feet to 24 feet. This is the slide I showed you in the beginning in terms of what the council needs to do: apply the final EIR to the project and adopt a general plan amendment and adopt a PUD designation. And this will involve a change in some maps, and I'll just show that to you. This is our land use diagram, and the changes shows the reconfiguration of the open space within the project site. This is the maximum residential density that will be changing as with the adoption of the PUD. And this is the actual zoning designation of the site, and it will be named PUD 7. So that concludes my presentation, and I will leave that slide on so that you have in terms of the actions that need to be taken tonight by the council. The applicant does have a presentation, and if you like to ask questions of me now or wait for the applicant to present, it's your pleasure.
I have a quick question for you, Maru. Can you bring up, I was reading along inside the conditions of approval, so I don't recall if you had the exact slide that said this, but I think you did, where it listed the public improvements and utility undergrounding. I just want to clarify where the park agreement stops and where staff recommendations begin. There it is.
So where you see, it's basically the first three and the first three of the public improvements.
And this is numbered the same as it is in Exhibit B, conditions of approval, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So they're in the same order.
Thank you.
In the priority order, yeah.
All right.
Are you ready for the project applicant?
Are there any other clarifying questions for staff? Yes.
I would just like to clarify one thing. Miro, can you go to the last slide? The slide that summarizes the actions that the council will be taking tonight. I just want to point out there's a typo here. Number 3 is an ordinance, not a resolution.
Understood.
So the first two you would be, assuming you approve this, you would be passing resolutions on the first two. And then the third one would be an ordinance that would have first reading tonight and would come back on November 1st for second reading.
Okay. Understood. Sorry, can I get that slide again that we were just looking at with the conditions of approval?
The community benefits?
Yeah, the public improvements and utility undergrounding. So I like how you designed this to start with the estimated value of community benefits, and then so is the black line to just indicate where we kind of zero out?
Right. So what is remaining is $880,000, and the next improvement will cost 1.4.
Right.
Which means it's not enough to do this improvement. So this amount will, the way it's crafted, will go to the Horton Landing Park. Now, all these numbers might change a little bit, but
that's why. So there's just a buffer to get through 7 through 9, or wishful thinking in a sense.
If I could elaborate a little bit, we don't know the exact construction valuation at this point.
Sure.
So this is just an estimate. The construction valuation will very likely change, so that $7 million figure will change. And it's also an estimate, I mean, based on some fairly precise estimating, but it's all the value of all of these improvements are also estimates.
Okay.
So we may be able to go below that line, or we may not even get down to that line.
Okay.
The excess money would go, as Miru said, to Horton Landing Park, which includes the South Bayfront Ped Bike Bridge.
Understood.
So.
Understood. Thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions for staff before we get to the applicant? Nope. Let's move on.
Great. Thank you, Maru, and good evening, Mayor Martinez and Emeryville City Council members. I am Kevin Mall with Lennar, and thank you for we're happy to be here in front of you this evening. With me tonight, I do have Ron Metzger with LPAS Associates, who is our land planner and architect, and Ron and I will be presenting before you this evening, and we will try to keep it abbreviated because we know it's getting a little bit late in the evening. Also with us tonight, Artie Zahedani with St. Anton Communities is here, who is our proposed affordable housing partner, and he is available for questions as well if they do arise. And so quickly, before we get started, definitely wanted to thank staff for all of their hard work. You know, it's been a lot of hard work for Maru and the rest, and Charlie and everybody else to get to this point this evening, and we want to thank them very much for all of their efforts and tireless hard work in getting us here this evening. And on that same note, I definitely wanted to recognize the members of PARC, the Park Avenue Residents Committee, who are also here this evening. And thank you for, it looks like almost everybody made it from the Park Committee tonight. And so a big thanks for you guys as well, because, you know, the countless tireless hours of, you know, the meetings, the emails, the late nights, the weekends that we've had to get to this point. We really appreciate all of that hard work and effort. And so we wanted to really highlight all of the efforts and collaboration that we've had with the Park Committee before we go into our presentation. So quickly, and so a lot of this Maru has covered, and I think we've touched on quite a bit of this during our study session. And so really there's only been a few kind of minor changes to the project since the last time we presented it. So I think we can kind of go through that. But I think the gist of what I wanted to present kind of to start out was just a quick evolution of kind of of how our site plan has evolved as a result of all of the community outreach and collaboration efforts that we've engaged on, call it over the last 2 years with the park working committee, and then also with the greater community as well. And so, as you guys can remember, when we first, applied for this project, or when we first submitted a site plan during the EIR process back in 2014, had a very kind of a little bit of a different layout than what is before you tonight. And so, this site plan really started the discussions and with the community and with Park about what was working, what was not working, how could we make this better. And so what we did was we embarked on multiple working sessions with the community, and there were kind of 4 major moves that resulted. from this evolution of the site plan. And these are reflected in the EIR alternatives that were studied. And so mainly it was around realigning the roadway, pushing this 46th Street extension as far north as we could, trying to consolidate park space, which is shown on this EIR alternative, as much as we could. Pushing as much density to the northern part of the project, which is these larger buildings kind of away from the existing streets. And then the fourth big element was looking at the building heights of the building heights along the existing streets as they compared to the existing building 131. And so kind of those were the four major moves that started off this kind of site plan journey. And then as we went into more of the study sessions and also working with the Planning Commission, ultimately, as Maru has shown you tonight, we've landed here, which we think is a really great evolution of our site plan, I think, and there's many benefits that come with it. And I think the big one that we wanted to highlight tonight was the pass-through that we have through the existing building, which basically adds a greater level of connectivity through the entire city, such that pass-through can be used by pedestrians and bicyclists, and they can come down 45th from San Pablo all the way through, directly through this open-air pass-through, and then directly into the project, and then here into this large 2+ acre new community park that we will be constructing as part of our project. And so that was kind of one of the latest evolutions. What we also did is we carved this building back here to create more connectivity, direct connectivity from the Hubbard Street extension leading to the Greenway Path and then over to the Horton Street Landing Park. And in addition to that, we also found a great home for our community and public art gallery that we will be building as part of the project as well, which will be located here right on this kind of open plaza, which has a lot of public accessibility and frontage here along Horton. And so really that's kind of how the site plan has evolved. And then so really, in terms of the outreach over the last 18 months, I won't go through all of these, but we've basically received feedback from over 250 individuals, elected officials, businesses, residents, community groups, and other stakeholders. I don't know why I can't say that tonight.
I know.
And that included over 110 local businesses, and really, like I mentioned before, it was just a lot of great working sessions with the Park Avenues Residents Committee. And as we showed you at the study session last time, this details the list of all of the community benefits that we have agreed to, and a lot of those really do focus on reducing the traffic generation from our project and basically encouraging people to get out of their cars and take alternative transportation as part of the community. And really, and we can, I'll just touch on a couple of these, but really the backbone is all of the alternative transportation options that are available with our project. So the existing ones are the Emeryville round is only 1 block away. The AC Transit bus lines, especially the Transbay bus lines, is only a 2 block away from the project. There are 50 buses that go to San Francisco each day. It's a short walk to the Amtrak station. But really kind of the highlight of the alternative transportation is when we get into what we're proposing within the project, which is bringing the Bay Area Bike Share Station on site, which will basically give the community connectivity to the new bike share stations that are going into the West Oakland and MacArthur BART stations, and that's supposed to be up and running by next year is the overall network. And so we will be going into an established bike share network if this project gets to that level. In addition to that, we are also proposing 10 car sharing stations. A combination of those are going to be within the project and then also on the nearby streets to also encourage the community to have easier access to those car sharing stations. And then we are also proposing a community shuttle that will provide shuttle service to the West Oakland BART. So that just gives kind of one additional level of alternative transportation for the for the residents and the commercial workers to have that option of not having to drive into this project. And ultimately, as we mentioned before, in terms of the green, we have received the Green Trip certification, initial Green Trip certification, and part of our agreement with Park is that we will also be going to a Green Trip Platinum compliance, which is basically the highest level of compliance that the Green Trip program offers. So we will be working actively with Green Trip around that. And I know they're here this evening to speak on that as well. And so this slide just briefly kind of shows all of the on-site kind of and off-site alternative transportation options that the project will have and residents will have access to. And so now Ron will quickly just go through some of more of the land planning items, and then I'll be back to kind of wrap things up.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, the big component of this project was really to consolidate public open space, which was originally over on the north side of the site. So the largest component is here along Sherwin Avenue, creating a kind of leveraging the community or the city-owned parcel to create a community park along with open space along Sherwin, and then connecting it all the way through to Horton at 45th Street, but then also continuing the Emeryville Greenway across the railroad frontage here. In addition to the public open space through the site, we will also have common open space for residents. The actual shape and configuration of that common, both private and common, will be developed during the FDP process, the next one going forward. This project is designed to appeal to all ages and a variety of different sizes of groups and to accommodate all sorts of activities going on. As Maru mentioned, we are proposing to activate the majority of our ground floor frontage with active uses, whether it's amenity space, retail, or residential spaces. As I mentioned, the largest component is the public park facing Sherwin. The programming and planning will be concurrent with the FDP process for that process. Another component that was developed as part of the outreach process was stepping down the buildings along the public streets to match the existing building as closely as possible. So instead of the underlying 55 feet, we step down our buildings to 45 feet and then step back before we go up to the overall 75 feet. Kind of an image looking at Sherwin Avenue towards the building and the public park that gets developed. The other component is, again, the connection from the large park along Sherwin through the project, through building 131 here, and open space along Horton, anchored by a new community gallery. Here's a blow-up showing the existing building and the proposal widened in our Planning Commission hearing to a minimum of 24 feet, coming through the middle of the building, creating a gateway all the way through the project. And then the last open space component is along the Greenway itself, a more linear park space with bicycle and running trails that connect to the overall community. We are looking at a combination of asphalt and decomposed granite for that path. And then as we move forward into the FDP process, we'll be looking at ways to incorporate the vision that is articulated in the Park Avenue design guidelines, really making the Sherwin-Williams project an extension of the community in this area.
Perfect, thanks, Ron. And so, as Maru mentioned earlier, one of the the items that we wanted just to quickly go through is the density bonus process, as this is, we understand, the first major project within the city that will be undertaking the new density bonus program. And so, as Maru mentioned, 50 points. The first 50 points we're looking at will be through the dedicated affordable building. And so, as Maru mentioned, kind of the real benefits that come with that dedicated building versus an inclusionary program, it does allow for a deeper level of affordability for that dedicated building, up to, which is basically 30% deeper levels of affordability than what the city's current inclusionary ordinance has. And then, as also Maru mentioned, with the dedicated building, we are able to offer resident services and training programs that would not which would otherwise not be available in an inclusionary program. And we do have some slides that has the additional information that we talked about at the study session. If any of the council members wants to kind of spend any more time on that, and we can have Artie come up as well. And then, as Maru mentioned, the other 50 bonus points is a combination of the public improvements and the flexible community benefits that she highlighted. And a lot of those, and as we discussed, there's 6 of those that really that come as a result of our discussions with the Park Avenue Residents Committee. And then there's also a combination of additional public improvements that staff and we have worked on for other upgrades throughout the community. And really here, we just wanted to kind of, highlight all of the community and stakeholder support that we've been working on over the last 2+ years. This is just a list of all of the individuals and stakeholders and working groups and local businesses that have given support to the project as we've reached out to the community as we've been going about this process through the EIR and then through all of the study sessions and the hearings leading up to this evening. And really, what we wanted to definitely highlight was just that, in terms of the next steps, our community outreach that we've done to date, that is really just the first chapter of a multi-chapter book, right? And so, how we've been discussing this and how we've been thinking about it is just that really, if approved, the next steps would be really bringing the project to life, and that's really kind of where the fun and exciting portions of that are. And we are fully engaged to continuing working with the Park Avenue Residents Committee and also the greater Emeryville community about talking about how they vision, how do we want to program the parks, what do we want to look at for in terms of open space, how do we want these buildings to integrate into the existing fabric of the neighborhood. And so we're very excited to hopefully be entering into that next chapter of our community outreach and collaboration efforts. And so we're hopeful that will be starting later this year and through a good portion of 2017. So just wanted to kind of wrap with kind of where we see the next steps of our outreach efforts. And with that, we'll leave it open for discussions. Thank you for your consideration.
Any questions for the applicant? Okay, I think we will open the public hearing. Thank you. Great. So with that, I will open the public hearing, and anyone who wishes to speak on this matter, I invite to please come up. Actually, I forgot, I have some cards first. So, and then I will invite you. Daniel Gregg, followed by John Belperio.
I'll be ceding my time to Daniel.
Okay. And is it, Mr. City Attorney, is it appropriate to go back to 3 minutes now that we have
yes, you can
less
go back
people
to
in the
3
room?
minutes.
I won't need the time.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Daniel Gregg. I'm a field representative at Carpenters Local 713 in Hayward. I represent approximately 35,000 carpenters in Northern California, many of which reside and work right here in Emeryville. I was glad to hear earlier that you guys care about workers in Emeryville as well as residents. As a condition of approval and consistent with the currently adopted community benefit bonus point structure specific to the flexible community benefit, Carpenters Union Local 713 is asking the city to require the applicant adopt the following language. Excuse me. All general contractor bidders on the Sherwin-Williams mixed-use project must participate in a state of California Division of Apprenticeship Standards approved joint labor and management apprenticeship program. According to the Emeryville Planning Regulation Ordinance number 13-001, the flexible community benefit is an undefined benefit proposed by the applicant that is significant and substantially beyond normal requirements. It is within the City Council purview to determine the worth of the benefit with a maximum of 50 points based on 10 points for every 1% of project construction valuation. We believe by the applicant and adopting this language, they are making a commitment to the City of Emeryville by creating career pathways for individuals to enter into head-of-household jobs. There is no doubt the Sherwin-Williams project will bring hundreds of construction jobs to Emeryville. Unfortunately, excuse me. Unfortunately, without the language, the developer makes no commitment to apprenticeship, local hire, or area standard wages and benefits. This puts downward pressure on the community by having a housing project built by workers, members of the community, and not members of the community, who cannot afford to live in the housing or the city they are building. That is not the kind of Emeryville we want. In closing, the Carpenters Union does not support this project as it currently exists. We ask the council to consider what this project does not provide for the community. Let's build a smart Emeryville, an example of which we all witnessed earlier tonight with your support of the Fair Work Week Employment Standard Ordinance, a city that reflects the needs of the community. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Mr. Gregg. Is there any way to apply a price tag to this request? Any clue? Anything in your mind that might?
Can you answer?
So we the carpenters, so we represent members, right? And we negotiate contracts with the general contractors, and those general contractors bid to the developers. Unfortunately, in a lot of situations, the developers don't even solicit to those general contractors, but it's up to the developer to give you those numbers. And then you guys could always reach out to the general contractors, but we're not the contractors, we represent members. So we can't give you those numbers. We can give you the area standard wage rates that carpenters in the area should make, and then they could give you could figure out the amount of hours, and then figure out those numbers fairly easily. But as far as us to give you the estimate, we're just not in the business of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Donna Briskin.
Good evening. Donna Briskin, living at 1500 Park and representing Park. And because of the late hour, I think I'm going to be the only person speaking from Park tonight. And really, we're just here to let you know that we still very much support the project as designed. We appreciate very much the council, listening to us and incorporating our negotiated CBA into the conditions of approval, and to Lennar for negotiating in good faith with us during the process. And then in terms of the project, I had other things I was going to say, but when I read the statement when we went through the statement of overriding considerations, I thought that really brought forward, again, all the benefits, besides the specific benefits that we've negotiated in, all the benefits, the way it's going to help Emeryville as a whole and the Park Avenue District. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Joel Delacourt? And then Dave Campbell. And those are all the cards I have.
Good evening. My name is Joel DeValcourt, but you came so very close. Usually I get Devilcourt, so that's a fine spin-off. I'm the East Bay Regional Representative for Greenbelt Alliance, and we really appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. Since the 1980s, for context, Greenbelt Alliance has provided an independent validation of outstanding infill development proposals that ensure that the right development happens in the right places and that it doesn't happen where it shouldn't happen. And after careful review, we are proud to endorse the Sherwin-Williams project. As a matter of fact, it is one of the highest scoring projects that we've seen in several years come through our development program. And just as well for context, one of the reasons why Greenbelt Alliance does these endorsements is that we believe that some of the most important actions we can take at local level in the Bay Area is to use our limited land wisely and to make sure that we grow neighborhoods in the Bay Area that can accommodate growth for all of our families. By growing smartly in this way, we reduce pressure on our natural and agricultural lands, we reduce lengthy commutes, and we also reduce the greenhouse gas emissions as well as other air pollutants that those kinds of sprawl development patterns bring. It's also water smart development, which helps to protect our watershed lands, and it's critical for making sure that we have drinking water throughout the Bay Area as we go through our historic drought. We've commissioned research that shows that infill development actually saves water by about 9%, and this project goes even further with other sustainable design features that we reward in our development program. So just want to highlight some of the things that we feel like are particularly notable about this project. First of all, it transformed a former brownfield site into a walkable, vibrant community for residents, which is actually a pretty extraordinary thing to turn such a large parcel into something that's so thriving. It provides homes for people across the income spectrum. Actually, 17% is quite high for a lot of mixed income developments in the Bay Area right now. It adaptively uses a historic structure, which is also not only notable, but adds to the fabric of what is historic about Emeryville. It also has an aggressive and enviable transportation demand management program, which of course is rewarded by Green Trip, but we also look very much at the details of those programs and find more here than we find in many other communities. It also has significant public open space and trail investments for the Greenway Trail. So all of those broad things we think is a really smart step for Emeryville. We think that this is the right development in the right place, and we hope that you support the project this evening. So thank you very much.
I have a question for you. I'm just curious, how many...
Sure.
In 2016, how many awards of this kind have the Greenbelt Alliance given out?
We usually do a handful. So in a given year, we'll do maybe 5 to 10 projects maximum. And so we usually have a pretty fine-tooth comb. And we reward about 10 different categories ranging from density, affordability, walkability, transportation access, community benefits. And so this project hit all of those. Any other questions?
I'll just say that a year and a half ago, I got to hear a presentation from someone from Greenbelt Alliance, and I cornered him. I said, what can we do to get such a great, development that would meet your standards in our community? And what he told me was that you have to have a there. You have to create a place that people want to go to, and I think that's actually what the progression of this development has embodied. Is
yeah, absolutely, and I saw more tonight than I had seen before in terms of the evolution, and it does seem to really show significant involvement from the public, as well as I think great review from the Planning Commission and the Council. So I think that shines as a way to move in the public realm. So thank you.
Tip of the hat from Greenbelt is meaningful. Thank you. Dave Campbell? As Bike East Bay, too.
Tip of the hat from Bike East Bay. To Dave Campbell, the Advocacy Director with Bike East Bay, nonprofit working to make Emeryville and 32 other cities in the East Bay more bike friendly, and we're here to support the project. It's got good bike parking, it's got good bike facilities in it, it's got good bike connections to the nearby grid, and but it also has good TDM programs. I love it when the developer says my favorite TDM item is bike share. I don't always get to hear that, so that was a bonus. But these TDM measures are so important, and they were summarized, I thought, quite nicely in the findings or the considerations in the EIR there, where it does talk about building walkable, bikeable neighborhoods that are served by good transit. And the one finding I didn't notice it that I would improve upon there is this project's potential to improve transit service in the area and better connect Emeryville to all of the surrounding cities and neighborhoods. Why is that important to a bike advocate? Who cares who rides a bus if you can just ride a bike, right? No. It actually turns out that people who ride buses and take transit more also bike more. Who knew? And that's the kind of thing we're learning, is that as people learn to walk more for their trips, bike more for their trips, take transit more for their trips, they actually bike more, even though we provide the same level of bike accommodation. And that's why projects like this are so important to us, and that's why Bike East Bay endorses it. Hope you will too. Thanks.
Thank you. Donna Rizzo.
That's not being talked about.
Each item.
I would represent Chicago. Yeah, we got that. That's not comment each one.
Good evening. It's actually Nina Rizzo.
No.
That's okay.
Really?
I wrote it wrong. I'm sorry.
I forgive you, Sherry. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and City Council members. My name is Nina Rizzo, and I'm the new Green Trip Planner with Transform. Last month, you heard from my colleague, Jennifer West, and I am here to reiterate Transform's support of this project. As you may know, Transform is a transportation and land use policy and advocacy organization in the Bay Area with a statewide presence. And at Transform, we believe that all people should be able to get around without a car efficiently and affordably. So I'm here to highlight the ways in which the Sherwin-Williams project has achieved our Green Trip certification, granted conditionally until the project is built, with the strategies currently included. So with more than 25 projects in the Bay Area, Green Trip certification recognizes low traffic residential development. We help developers implement researched strategies that reduce traffic, parking, and greenhouse gas emissions. Future Sherwin-Williams residents will have these strategies to encourage alternative transportation choices. 100% unbundled parking, car share cars on site with free membership for up to 40 years, free AC transit passes for residents for 5 years, bike parking for residents and guests, a bike share pod location on site, a bike repair station, and marketing and outreach to residents to inform their travel choices. So, as you can see from the Green Trip project evaluation report and letter to the Planning Commission, we evaluated the expected driving that Sherwin-Williams residents would have, and our model projects that each household will drive 59% less than the regional average. Wow. Sherwin-Williams has proposed a 1.0 parking ratio for residential units, and that's the maximum allowed for Green Trip certification with an urban center project, which this is. So Sherwin-Williams is a welcome addition to the Green Trip family of projects, supporting more homes in a vibrant location. We respectfully recommend that City Council members support this project with low traffic strategies for the City of Emeryville. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a similar question to Greenbelt. How many projects do you certify a year at Transform?
We have 25 to 30 since 2008.
Total?
Total.
Or per year?
Total.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't have the math ready.
Thank you.
What's that, Kevin? About 4 a year. So that sounds like about 4 a year.
Okay. Ruth Major.
Hi, it's just a quick question about the trees and flora to do with the birds, and thinking about migratory patterns, thinking about the birds that we have here, and trying to have plantings that are less attractive to crows and birds such as that, and more attractive to other types of birds that we need. So it's just a question around the plantings, and has that been a consideration? Migratory patterns, and also birds that aren't so predatory in terms of crows and that. Thanks.
Would staff be able to take this one?
I'm not sure that was analyzed in the EIR. No, our consultant is saying that was not analyzed in the EIR. We do have a preliminary landscape plan, but I'm not sure migratory bird patterns are part of it.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak at this public hearing?
Okay, so I presume we get to speak about each of the three Sherwin-Williams items tonight, since there's
You
three
can
separate
speak for 3 minutes about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm kind of surprised to hear Dave Campbell from the Bike East Bay talk so glowingly about this project from a bicycle perspective, because as the 5 of you know, but maybe not everybody watching here knows, that the project will necessitate the elimination of the Horton Street Bike Boulevard. That's in the statement of overriding considerations you're going to agree to tonight. It says that essentially this project is so good that we must get rid of the Horton Street Bike Boulevard to have it. That's the part of it. So here, here's from the statement of overriding considerations. The City Council has determined that the social and economic benefit of the project outweigh the potential unavoidable significant impacts and render those potential significant impacts acceptable. And one of those is the disallowal of the Horton Street Bike Boulevard. This project is going to put a massive amount of traffic onto Horton Street, so that we cannot have a bike boulevard on Horton Street. It won't be possible. And we know that because that's what the EIR for this project tells us. And then similar, a little farther down in the statement of overriding considerations you're going to agree to tonight, presumably. Ironically, it says, or I shouldn't even say it's there's without shame, seemingly shamelessly, it says that the project will improve bicycle connections. They're talking about how this project's going to be good for bicycles. At the same time, it destroys our premier north-south bicycle corridor in Emeryville, and that is the Horton Street Bike Boulevard. So also then it talks about it's going to minimize blight, which is kind of funny because it's a piece of empty land. There's no blight there. We need to call a spade a spade. This project will mean the destruction of the Horton Street Bike Boulevard, and it's not my opinion. It's in the environmental impact report, and that's why you have to sign a statement of overriding considerations. You have to sign that because you have to apologize to the people of Emeryville that you're not going to allow a Horton Street Bike Boulevard, because we can't have more than 3,000 vehicle trips per day on a bike boulevard in Emeryville, and this project will mean that Horton Street will, in fact, have more than 3,000 vehicle trips per day. So no Horton Street Bike Boulevard, and that's what the statement of overriding considerations you're going to sign tonight says. Thank you.
Charlie? I would like to give you an opportunity to respond to the disallowal of a bike boulevard on Horton Street.
The EIR does not say that the bicycle boulevard is going to be eliminated, nor is there a proposal to eliminate the bike boulevard. What the EIR says is that the 3,000 vehicle per day threshold on bike boulevards that is in the pedestrian and bicycle plan, not in the general plan, will be exceeded. And that exceedance of that traffic volume on a bike boulevard is what triggers the statement of overriding considerations. I would like to just quote you something from the general plan. This is the definition of a bicycle boulevard. It says, these are through routes for bicycles providing continuous access and connections to the local and regional bike route network. Through motor vehicle traffic is discouraged. High volumes of motor vehicle traffic are also discouraged, but may be allowed in localized areas where necessary to accommodate adjacent land uses. And then it goes on to say, local automobiles, truck, and transit traffic are accommodated in the roadway, but if there are conflicts, bicycles have priority. Traffic calming techniques to slow and discourage through automobile and truck traffic may be appropriate. Pedestrians are accommodated with ample sidewalks on both sides of the road.
Great, thank you. So is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak at this public hearing? With that, I will close the public hearing, and we will, we should have our discussion before we take up the resolutions and the ordinance. So any questions for staff or discussion? No. I'd like to know from staff, I don't know if you have a copy of this letter from Local 713, but I'd love to, or from the applicant, just on what the effect of including this language in the in our conditions of approval would do.
I could just comment that, excuse me, I just saw this letter tonight for the first time. Mm-hmm. I had not seen it previous to tonight's meeting, so I'm not really very well equipped to analyze what it would do. I think you were on point when you asked about valuation, because all of the other community benefits that are included in the conditions of approval have an estimated dollar value associated with them. And I do recall when we amended the development bonus system a year or so ago, and we talked about the flexible community benefit. The council actually, you are the ones who added that provision that it be pegged to construction valuation, like all of the other community benefits are. So that's not to say you can't add a flexible community benefit that you don't know what the value of it is, but it would be a little inconsistent with the way we've done the other things. And I assume it would have some cost to the developer, but I don't know what that cost is.
Would the applicant like to respond to or speak to this request?
Similar to what Charlie just mentioned, this is the first time that we've seen this, and I've never seen this type of request as well. So it's really hard for us to put any kind of stance on it because we just don't know exactly what this really is. So unfortunately, there's not much more I can offer up at this point because it's
can I
hot
ask
off the press.
Question? So, Kevin, do you not have joint labor and management apprenticeship programs with any of your other projects? So not just within this context. I know you haven't seen it before tonight, right? But do you do this anywhere else with anything else you've built?
I need to understand what a joint labor and management apprenticeship program is. I mean, that's kind of the level of understanding that we have in this request.
Okay.
Please explain.
So what it is a committee between general contractors and labor that negotiate what apprenticeship standards is, and it's overseen by the state. And I believe there's other projects where he's used general contractors that do have certified apprentice programs.
Right.
It's a concern for the workers on the project, that there's apprenticeship, local hire. That's what it's.
No, I hear the concerns, and I'm trying to understand what is a way that we, if we were to consider incorporating this language, how we could do it without hamstringing the process, because we're at the finish line with where we're at right now with the PUD. So it's, with honoring your request and the intention of it, trying to have a real understanding of.
Well, we have when we start subtracting down.
Yes.
Right.
So
that's some room.
Yes. So that's Maru, would you mind pulling up the slide where we're looking at the, because I don't have the inclination to mess with what our community has negotiated in terms of what Park has done and how they've spent their time. At the same time, where we have wiggle room, I'd like to see. This is why I was asking about this earlier. If there's space here with remaining requests outside of what Park has asked for, can we get to a place where labor can have an understanding with our developer and include that as, as community benefit bonus
I'd like
points?
to have Alex Waterbury join me at the dais.
Good evening, council members. I just want to be clear. I oversee our division. I'm familiar with all 12 projects, communities that we've built so far today in the last 4 years. We have not signed anything like this. I know remotely what it represents, more than remotely. I also know the costs associated with it. And you're talking
please
about
share.
25% at least add to the carpentry work that we're doing. Now, this is a job that we will open bid to any and all sub-base across the board. And we've spoken about that. We've had many, many meetings with the Alameda Carpenters, with the MEPs, several meetings, but we're well aware what the costs are. It's hard to pay exactly how you would put that in within the bonus program, but it is significant. I need to be very clear about that, and we have not signed anything like this in our company to date. So I don't want to leave any vagueness about what this means for us. It's a deal killer if it is something that is at this point we're trying to figure out what that means. We are very, very close. We welcome the carpenters and every other sub in this district to openly bid it and be competitive. but it's not something we can commit to at this point.
I think if I could generalize in terms of the building trades go, I think they're looking for a PLA, and I think that's really kind of a separate issue to negotiate.
Right.
Yeah, Mayor Martinez, first I'd like to say that the apprentice program that the carpenters have is absolutely superb.
Mm-hmm.
But we've been at this for years and years and years, and to come in at the very 11th hour with something that is has fairly significant ramifications, and asking for the council to put language in, I feel is kind of an unfair. And I think you're right. They probably are looking for a agreement, but this is not the time or the place to be doing that or inserting any kind of language in this process, which has taken years to come to this point. So I would say that we move along and conduct the business that we have now, and say to the carpenters, you got a wonderful program, but you got to do a little homework on what's happening. This is not a surprise. The Sherwin-Williams thing is a big project. It's been going on for a long time, and to come in at the last hour expecting some kind of signature is unrealistic. So I would appreciate it if we would move along. The hour is late, and we have people who've been very patient here tonight.
Are there any other comments from council?
You built anything in Berkeley,
Yes, we're building in Berkeley currently.
and you have no PLA there?
No. And we employ many union and non-union subcontractors on that job. And we will continue dialogue with the carpenters and others, but that's clear across the board if that's
Have you met with the carpenters?
Yes, several times. And Jake and crew is not always here, but I know many of them. We've met in our offices.
This issue has never come up before?
Not this specific one. It's more of a global conversation about many of the jobs, and we're working with the carpenters on one in particular right now, where we have a union signatory carpenter, and it's our GC that is signatory to the carpenters. So it's not a new conversation. We welcome the dialogue, but my quick read of what this means is something I can tell you directly we have not done to date.
Do you have, Alex, an estimation of a dollar value attached to this?
I don't. It's a lot more than $7 million, though.
Mayor Martinez,
yes.
If I may, I'd also like to point out from the staff perspective that if we were to include something like this, inclusion of this would force a recalculation of the community benefits. Basically, right. Everything that you're seeing up here.
That's right. Right.
We have no dollar figure to associate that with. We have no idea what that would cost. I have no idea what the effect would be on these, on this analysis that you have up there in front of you.
Okay. Any further discussion before we move on? Alex, I know you've received phone calls and emails from me, and I hope you continue to have meaningful dialogue with all workers, including the unions, and that we're able to maintain a standard for the workmanship that we're going to get out of this project.
Yeah, I could just add, this is obviously a very large community that we're building out of all types, and we'll be seeking best-in-class subcontractors and general contractors, and many of those are union. Some are not, and that's just how we're approaching it.
Mm-hmm. Mayor Martinez, I just have a very few. I'm all through with you guys. I just have a few comments to say about the project. It is a massive project, and we've all been working at it for a very long time. And I think we should call out at this time the remarkable efforts of the park group. Mm-hmm. They have, you guys have been absolutely steadfast and worked through a lot of very, very difficult issues. And I think the project that has come forward, and with the Planning Commission too, the project that has come forward as demonstrated tonight This is a huge project, and ordinarily you would see this room filled with people talking, many people against it. And in this process tonight, we had very few people, one or two that I can remember, that I have an objection to the project. It's not perfect, nothing is, but it's close to perfect, and I think it's going to enhance not only your neighborhood, the Park Avenue neighborhood, but the city as a whole is really going to be the better for it. So I hope we can move along and start taking action on these particular issues.
Yep. So, I'm sorry, Ruth, did you want to say something?
Yeah,
before we...
I just wanted to comment quickly on and second Nora's commendation for the park committee, because it was through that high level of community engagement that tonight we get to look at a project that's been greatly strengthened, and all of the changes that came through your initiative we see reflected tonight. So thank you.
Any comments?
No, I mean, I'd co-sign on to the same thing.
I moved the first resolution.
I second that.
Okay. Real quickly, I'll just give my, I've already kind of said this, but I feel that Transform, Greenbelt Alliance, and Bike East Bay are a surrogate for so many of the things that I want out of a development. And to have their blessing on this is a big deal for me.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Big deal for me. It says volumes about what we expect to see in our community. So with that, we have a we have a second, I think.
Yes.
So we have a motion by Member Davis and a second by Member Atkin, and this is for item 8.1.1, the resolution reviewing and applying to Sherwin-Williams EIR. So can we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Move the second resolution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Davis, second by Member Atkin. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Move to read by title only.
Second.
On the ordinance.
Motion by Member Davis, second by Member Atkin. Please just call the roll.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Move the ordinance.
Wait, don't we have to read it first?
If I could.
We're gonna read it. Read by title.
Step up, Michael.
Contribute, Mr. Gina.
We took public comment at the public hearing.
Right.
There's three separate items.
No, there are sub-items to the main item.
Public hearing.
But there's things in the other items not talked about.
Out of order.
They're sub-items of the item. We are required to open public comment for our public hearing.
The first reading, go ahead.
All right, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Emeryville adopting a planned unit development zoning designation and approving a preliminary development plan on the 10.05 acre Sherwin-Williams project site bounded by Sherwin Avenue to the south, the Union Pacific Railroad tracks to the west, Horton Street to the east, and Temescal Creek to the north, APNs 4910412615 and 16, and adopting an amendment to the planning regulations to add the Sherwin-Williams mixed-use project to the list of planned unit developments in section 9-3.310.
Move the ordinance.
Second.
Motion by Member Davis, second by Member Atkin. Please call the roll.
Public comment?
No.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Carries unanimously. And that moves us to our next item. We're skipping 8.2 because we already
Move the
did
master fee schedule.
Second.
Item 8.3, master fee
it's-
schedule is moved by Member Davis, second by Member Asher. Any discussion?
It's a public
Hooray for Park.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
It's a public hearing, so
Public hearing.
you
Thank
have
you.
to open it up.
so we have a motion and a second. And I will now open the public hearing for the master fee schedule, item 8.3.
You can close
Are
the
you, are
public
you-
hearing.
are you speaking as a member of the public, Maurice?
What you doing, Maurice?
Wherever.
Don't contribute too much.
We read the staff report.
We read it.
Congratulations. Is there a member of the public wishing to speak at this public hearing on item 8.3?
Hey.
Come forward. Oh, can everyone please take their conversations outside?
We can clear the chambers.
Please clear the chambers.
Okay, so I sort of object the fact that I wasn't able to talk about other aspects after the city attorney told me I could, and public comments on the other points. And the reason why it's I consider a Brown Act violation is because if you look at 8.1, 2, and 3, you will see that there are different things in there, and they were not each discussed in all at once. So basically, the public was shut out of talking about nuanced portions of things about this project. So I object. So I think what we should have at Sherwin-Williams is a big park, because people like parks. I like parks. I've heard that other people like parks. I think we should consider having it be a big park. So I think what you should do is direct the city staff to find out how much it would cost the city to buy the project, and then find out what our bonding capacity is, to find out if that's possible to do. So I think you should direct the city staff to do that, to find out if we could have a park on this property. Moving forward, we should look at every property. We should consider maybe it could be a park instead of another housing development, since we're so low on parks in the city. So let's start with this one. So I think you should as I just said, you should direct the staff to, I guess it would be Charlie, to find out how much it would cost to buy this piece of property, and then find out about our bonding capacity. It's a point of information. You should so you can keep all your options open. That's what I think you should do.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak at this public hearing on item 8.3, resolution of the City Council amending the master fee schedule? Seeing none, I am closing the public hearing. We have a motion and we have a second. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, moving on. Let's see. Do we have someone here for the JPA presentation? With
my gosh.
With the acquiescence of council, I would like to move that item next.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you, Mayor.
This is item 9.8, informational report on East Bay Community Energy Authority Joint Powers Agreement.
Okay, good evening, Council. I'm Michael Guinness, City Attorney. I'm going to be presenting jointly with representatives from Alameda County. We're here to brief you on the progress of the Community Choice Energy Program for Alameda County. We're going to be discussing the actions that have been taken at the county level, the technical study, and the JPA agreement, and then next steps if the Council wishes to proceed. So for tonight, we have Albert Lopez, Tom Kelly, and Mark Fulmer from the county who will begin the presentation. I'll be jumping in the middle to talk about the JPA agreement, and then we'll wrap up with next steps.
Michael, approximately how long is this presentation?
It's as long as you would like it to be.
2 minutes. About abbreviated.
So I think that you should have some information about the technical study, because that's not information that I can give you, but the folks from Alameda County can. And then if you have questions about the JPA agreement was pretty much spelled out in my staff report. So if you have any questions about that, I can take that. But otherwise, I would not cover the JPA agreement, and we can shorten the schedule that way.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council. I'm Albert Lopez, Plan Director for the County of Alameda. I'll make my comments super short. Essentially here to present the county face. The county has put lots of resources towards development of a community choice energy program for the last couple of years. Just recently, we reached a milestone at the Board of Supervisors under the direction of Supervisor Scott Haggerty. The board approved the JPA agreement. They passed an ordinance creating the actual Joint Powers Agency. They provided funding for the next couple of phases for the development of the program. We're at somewhere about $3 or $4 million into the development of a community choice energy program now. And as you know, we're trying to get all the different cities and, to be participants. And so I'm here representing the county. We have a couple members of our consultant team, Tom Kelly and Mark Fulmer, that will actually do the PowerPoint, and we'll leave as much time afterwards for Q&A as you like. So with that, I'll turn it over to Tom. Thank you.
Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, staff, it's a pleasure to be in front of you again to tell you a little bit about our progress on this Community Choice Program. But just to refresh everybody, Community Choice Aggregation is California state law that enables municipalities to come together and either procure or generate electricity on behalf of the businesses and residents in the cities that are members of the Joint Powers Authority. So it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. PG&E is a partner in this process and continues to deliver the electricity to you, service the infrastructure, bill, and basically be there for you whenever you need help with the on the service of the product. I'm fortunate tonight to have Mark Fulmer with us from MRW and Associates, and I learned today that Michael's going to do the heavy lifting on the JPA as well, so I'm going to cut my remarks short, but just wanted to point out that at the October 4th Board of Supervisors meeting, all of this started to come together in a way that's enabled us now to come out to all the cities and invite you to consider joining the JPA and passing an ordinance that will allow you to do that. The idea is to get as many cities as possible on board by the end of December so that the board can be seated sometime in January or early February. So we went over this first part here about what took place during that meeting. Mark is here. We thought it was important to go into some of the specifics about the technical study because it's really the study that enables us to move forward on this, that demonstrates the possibility that this can actually work and can deliver on the promises of a community choice program, which are competitive electricity prices, higher renewable energy content, fewer greenhouse gas emissions, and then a whole host of other benefits that include local economic development, renewable energy jobs, and the like. So with that, Mark will take over and discuss the study.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening. As you remember, I was here about 3 months ago, I believe in July, and went over a lot of this material. So I'm going to go fairly quickly, and if I'm going too quickly, please stop me and ask questions. What we're looking at here are the bottom lines of our results. We looked at a number of scenarios that had different amounts of renewable content and assumed it was generated locally or elsewhere in California, and found that the results were relatively robust, and it was only under a combination of very unfavorable assumptions would the CCA not be able to meet PG&E's rates. In the event that happened, it would be likely a very narrow window of time and an isolated incident. So in that, overall, I was finding the results with respect to cost to be very robust. Under three of the four scenarios, greenhouse gas savings should be available, and the one that isn't is not one that's being considered seriously by the committee. Lastly, we had the economic development analysis, and it does show positive results with job generation within the county coming from this program. Okay, next. So this is a quick overview. It would be a big one. There's a lot of other ones that are forming, but for the ones that are serious to date, it would be the largest. Find the right button to push here to keep us going. The mix of the customer base is shown here, so primarily residential and commercial with some industrial amounts, and a phase-in over the first 3 months of the program. By jurisdiction, we can see that there are a number of larger players, but even so, no single entity is dominating. You all, unfortunately, are here in this other 15%, being one of the smaller municipalities. An issue that's come up in other areas is, what if not everyone joins in? Is there some minimum amount? And we looked at mainly spreading fixed costs around, and what's the minimum size that you can still offer competitive rates, and what's coming around with that rather wide line. And it shows that even someone like Berkeley on its own could probably offer a viable CCA program. So you all on your own would probably have a difficult time, but teamed with the county or any of the other larger entities would definitely become viable. Again, we looked at the 4 scenarios. They just varied by the amount of renewable content, RPS being renewable portfolio standard. The steering committee was focused much more on the latter 3, and generally the third is the one that has the most interest, which is particularly aggressive with greenhouse gases. Other CCAs that are starting up are also very much focused on that and are finding it to be a viable path. Again, just looking at that high renewable content scenario, we have the single line that represents our forecast of the PG&E rates, and then the bars are the buildup of the costs that would be underlying the CCE program. Again, the bulk of which would be actually the raw cost of getting the power. Though we have some dips and bumps in the PG&E line, and that represents, among other things, the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant closing, and contracts that we know PG&E have either expiring or coming on, and they have different cost portfolios, so that causes a bit of a bumpy line for PG&E. But the point from this graph is that under base assumptions, we're seeing that you can be consistently offering rates that would be lower than PG&E. On the greenhouse gas scenario, again, you can see significant potential savings. The blue bars are the estimated emissions from PG&E under the same load as the CCE, and then the red are the CCE values. One quick element to point out is this big bump in 2025 is due to the assumption of what happens when Diablo Canyon Nuclear Power Plant closes. And when we conducted this analysis during the first part of this year, we assumed it would be generally replaced with gas resources. PG&E has now come out and said we're going to try to avoid that. What that would mean would be that the blue line would actually be closer to here where we see in 2024. But you'd still having significant GHG savings, although not quite as significant as this figure shows.
What's the MT stand for on the?
That's metric tons.
Thank you.
This is a graph showing the potential actual renewables being built because of this program. Perhaps the Alameda County part is just the top 2 elements, and most of the renewable in this particular scenario assumed would be coming from other areas in California where it can be produced more cheaply just due to having a better solar resource, for instance, in the deserts than in the somewhat foggy and occasionally Alameda County, as well as lower land costs and the likes. So, and just raw availability, how much can you actually physically build in the county? we also investigated at the request of the committee one where you'd have more built within the county, and it was still showing to be viable with a much greater level of uncertainty because it becomes a much more difficult task. You'd be really pushing the envelope of what could be developed in the county. The economic analysis used a firm whose specialty is projecting what the economic benefits would be of public investments. So this shows two things. It shows that jobs are being created, and it shows that it comes from two sources. The bottom blue are from general economic benefits from offering lower rates. If businesses have lower rates, they have more dollars that they can spend on either labor or on plant expansion or the likes, and those investments can ripple through the local economy. The red bars are the actual construction and jobs that are directly associated with the CCA activities. So if we looked at this similar one for the case where we have a lot of local builds, the red part would then dominate more so than the blue. Tom, you want to take it over from here? All right. Thank you. I'll be around to answer questions, but hopefully this is all familiar.
So right now there are 5 existing programs in California. The latest to start are the Clean Power San Francisco program and Peninsula Clean Energy. Silicon Valley Clean Energy will start delivering electricity in April of next year. But you can see from all these programs that their rates are below PG&E. Their renewable portfolio is higher than PG&E, which is currently at about 30%. And interestingly, the number of customers that are actually choosing to stay with PG&E is very modest. Our technical study assumed that about 15% of all customers would opt out, but obviously that's not what's happening with these new programs. And that has a lot to do with, I should mention, the type of outreach that's done before the program launches, so that as many customers as possible know what's coming. There are no surprises, and they get all the explanation they need in order to understand what this new program is. Michael, I think, is going to take over on the JPA agreement, but just so you know, the agreement itself was put together from JPA agreements that have been drafted in other programs. All the city attorneys and county council have been working together over the last several months to try and work through some of the issues that have come up in terms of different requests for language to be included. Also important to point out that with the formation of the JPA, that the cities themselves are not liable for any of the debts of the JPA, so there is a firewall between the cities and the program. Important also to note that the steering committee here in Alameda County has been very involved, and the program has tried to accommodate as much as possible some of the requests from stakeholders in terms of making sure that the benefits of the program are spread well throughout the county. And finally, I'd just say that the county is putting up over $3 million in order to launch the program, and they will eventually be repaid from the program from ratepayer savings, ratepayer payments.
So, as I said, my staff report goes into more detail about the JPA agreement, so I'm not going to rehash it here. But I will answer any questions that you may have about it. One thing I did want to highlight, though, about the third bullet regarding no city liability, I did highlight that there is a provision in the JPA that if the city were to join the JPA and then withdraw from the JPA, that any liabilities that result as a result of the city having exited the JPA may be attributable to the city exiting. So, for example, if the Joint Powers Authority had purchased power with calculating that the city of Emeryville would take in a certain load, for example, the city then exits the authority. There is a and as a result, the authority is no longer able, has an excess of power based on the fact that they had calculated for Emeryville to be taking that load. They now have to unload that, and if they're not able to do that, then that liability from the city's action of withdrawing the JPA may follow the city home. So that is an example of where we would have continuing liabilities as a result of withdrawing from the JPA. Generally speaking, though, as Tom had said, that there are, there is a separation between the JPA as a separate legal authority from the city. But I did want to point out that the JPA agreement does include this provision that withdrawing from the JPA may have financial consequences for the city of Emeryville. So that's the one thing I'll highlight in terms of the JPA agreement. Otherwise, if you don't have any other questions about the agreement, I'd let you guys continue.
I'd also like to mention that there is an opportunity for any city that joins to actually leave without incurring any kind of liability if, when the rates are set and the program is ready to launch, we don't hit those three main priorities for the CCA, and that is a competitive rate structure, a lower greenhouse gas emissions, and a higher renewable energy content than PG&E. So if we can't do that, then you have an opportunity to step aside at that time. So a couple of things that are still sort of we're dealing with and with various stakeholders and have tried to resolve most of this through the steering committee is a request to create what's some people call a business plan, but is really more of a local resource development plan. And the idea there is to inform the JPA in its early years as to the potential for local renewable energy development, energy efficiency programs, demand reduction programs, and things like battery storage opportunities, so that the JPA is not just going out into the market and buying power from power providers that are all over the state, but is actually starting the process of working towards a greater reliance on power that's delivered locally. The other item is, it gets a little wonky, but the whole issue here is that there is a form of power that can be included in the mix that's called renewable energy credits. They're not actually, it's not actually electricity, it's the environmental benefits of renewably produced electricity that's actually severed from the electricity and sold separately. The steering committee and the county board of supervisors agreed to minimize those renewable energy credits as part of the mix, just so that we eventually wean ourselves off of them, but also at the same time give us a little bit of flexibility if we need it for price, for the rates. There will be a community advisory board as part of this, sort of a scaled down steering committee. I think the number of members is set at 9. They will be appointed by the JPA board, and the hope is that they'll provide wide geographic, demographic diversity representing everybody in the county. And I should point out that the chair of that committee will have a seat on the board, but it'll be a non-voting seat. The other issue that's come up and is still being discussed, but my sense is now that we've talked about 6 or 7 cities so far my sense is that this issue is starting to settle in with people, and that is the voting structure for the JPA board. So basically every member will have one vote on the board, and in other programs that's generally the way these issues, any issues are resolved. But there is a voting shares vote that can be called by 3 members of the JPA board where there may be some question in their minds about whether or not something that's been approved by the whole board should actually go forward. So 3 members can call for the voting share vote, and then from there, the vote has to represent 51% of the total load of the participating jurisdictions in order to change the vote of that original voting share.
Is there any city on its own that reaches that 51%?
No.
So even Oakland with their...
No.
Okay.
Oakland represents 25%. The issue has been that actually 3 cities, Oakland, Fremont, and Hayward, represent 51%, and so you get into this big city, little city dynamic. And but I'd just like to point out that the only time this has come up in other jurisdictions was in Sonoma, where they were getting ready to invite Mendocino County and some of its cities to become members of the JPA, and in that program they only need 1 vote to call for this voting shares vote, and Santa Rosa called it, but they were the only one that actually voted, their load. So they went forward with the invitation to Mendocino County and its cities.
Can I ask a question about the local development business plan? So between the steering committee and the ordinance that was passed by the County Board of Supervisors, there was a time shift from 18 months after the JPA board was seated to 9 months.
8 months.
8 months?
8 months.
So I understand there was a lot of public comment, that there was a lot of discussion on that day, on October 4th. And I'm wondering since that day, what feedback you've had from the different cities as you've been on your road show.
So it hasn't really been that big an issue for cities. This voting share thing has been more of a discussion. But I can tell you internally on the county side, we've been working very hard to develop an RFP. I have to point out that nobody has done a local resource development plan in any of the other programs, so we don't have a great model to build on. So we're trying to pull it together from some of the things that some of the founders of Community Choice have said, should be done in the future, kind of thing, so that we can actually put together an RFP and get it out as quickly as possible, so that we have a consultant on board very close to when the board is seated in January, early February. And I would say that what we're trying to do is to try and make sure that RFP is not so extensive that it can't be done in the 8-month time frame.
Okay.
Mayor, looking at the clock, we have a rule that we have to vote if we're going to continue a meeting after 11:30.
Oh, I wasn't aware of this rule.
So I'm just wanting to move this along as fast as possible.
Yes, so thank you for your presentation, Tom. If you have anything else to cover very briefly, we have seen Mr. Fulmer present before. Right. We have had our city attorney present before, so we've expressed our support in the past. If there are any other comments from council, we can certainly.
I just have a question. What if we chose not to join now, but chose to join in 8 months? What would that mean to us economically?
Well, here's the thing. If a city decides not to join initially, that's fine. And in other programs, cities that did that then came on board later on. I think sometimes it was like a year later or so. So there's no real downside in terms of being able to join. I think some of the cities feel that it's important to be there when the program starts, so that they have some role in actually participating in the way the program gets developed.
Yeah, so. I agree, and just to have a seat on the JPA in terms of having a say and seeing how this how the local development and business plan will go, because that's something that's going to be developed from day one. We're going to hit the ground running. Right. And talk about local build out.
Right. The only other thing I'd like to mention is we do have a website now, and I'd like people who are listening in to feel free to send their questions through the website. It's ebce.org, eastbaycommunityenergy.org, and we'll be happy to respond to any questions residents may have about that. So
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so, Mayor, to wrap up in terms of next steps, what staff plans on doing is at your November 1st meeting, we will bring to you a proposed first reading of the ordinance, which the city is required to do in order to form the CCA, as well as the proposed JPA agreement itself, and with a second reading of the ordinance on November 15th. The city then has up to December 31st to submit those documents to the county in order to come in on the ground floor of the JPA. So that's the proposed schedule, and so we'll be bringing those documents to you in your coming council meetings.
Okay. Thank you. So I wasn't aware of this 11:30 rule, but should we just take care of that now? Should we continue past 11:30 and just try to get through?
I move to continue to finish complete the agenda.
Second.
I have a substitute motion that we adjourn at 11:30 and continue the action items to October 25th.
Oh, Sharon's been sitting here all night waiting for our approval of the art things. Come on, let's just push ahead. Call the question on the original motion.
Let's get it done, but let's everyone move fast.
All right.
Wait, we lost our attorney? do we need
I
to?
move,
there. He's coming back.
I'll take his place.
Well, do we need to act on the substitute motion, just in parliamentary terms?
I
did get a second. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Substitute motion.
No, you didn't get a second, so vote on the original motion.
Does our clerk need to
Carrie, you have to call the roll.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Okay.
So we're on 9.1, and I presume we've all read the staff report. Thank you for the information. Are there any questions for staff?
No.
I move 3 resolutions. The resolution for the labor representative on the Budget Advisory Committee, OC, the resolution appointing Joyce Jacobson and Yvonne Behrens to the Senior Commission, and the third resolution is appointing Ruslana Galanova and Laurel Wagner
Second.
to the, okay.
Okay. Is the motion understood, all of the appointments?
Yes, so we're taking all of those in one fell swoop.
That's
and we'll
right.
do one vote. Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye. So that takes us to item 9.6. This is the resolution of the City Council approving artists for the bus shelter
moved.
temporary. Yes. I have to say, these are fantastic pieces and artists that we're considering. So we have a motion by Member Davis. I will second it. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Asher?
Aye.
Councilmember Atkin?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Donahue?
Aye.
And Mayor Martinez.
Aye.
Move the resolution of purchasing the artwork for the city's annual purchase.
We have a motion. I would like to make a comment. I assume everyone's read the staff report. We've looked at the pieces. I did want to say that I ran over to the Emeryville Celebration of the Arts today, and I think they're all very impressive pieces. And I think we have a wealth of really good choices, really good artists and choices for this award. And I just wanted to open up the conversation because I honestly, I have strong feelings about all of these pieces in different ways. My favorite was actually Hidden Location in Yellow by Yuzo Nakano. And I just wanted to put it out there that we're not, I respect and really appreciate all of these pieces, but we're not bound by this recommendation to just stick with Valley Ford Ranch and Road. So I'm not sure if everyone has had a chance to see these pieces in person, but I just wanted to open up the conversation and just state how much I really like the other pieces, the first and second runners-up.
I would be supportive of purchasing the hidden location in yellow.
To clarify, In Location in Yellow has since been sold. It is part of a series, and that series does
down.
have other pieces, and we just got this up. So I just wanted to show, for context, the recommended piece for purchase, because the copy in your meeting packet did kind of diminish its size and presence. This is contextually, you see the size of this piece and how it compares. It is larger than the other pieces and has a presence on the wall and some real color and dimension to it. But regarding the series that that piece was in, these are pieces that are available on that artist's website. They were not in the show, but they are the same series and style of the piece that was in the show. And there had been questions about the third piece and if it had meaning or specific statement related to its work, and it is part of a broader show, and there is information available about that. These pieces retailed for $2,500. The second alternative was $300. They are fairly simple dimensional artwork that can be placed on a wall, so the installation cost associated with these other pieces is not particularly high and less than the initial piece.
And Valley Ford Ranch and Road is the piece and installation is estimated at $6,000.
Correct.
So, you know, I just because I thought all of these pieces warranted conversation, and they're something that we're going to enjoy for a long time in the city, I wanted to hear from my colleagues on how they felt.
I'm a collector of Yuzo Nakano.
Are you?
But I support buying this.
Even as a collector, huh?
Call the question. You have a...
we don't have a motion
Just to mention this, is that there's always the possibility of doing more than what than the first recommended piece. That's happened before. Just mentioning that. Because this came up late this afternoon,